Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Lynn Nesbitt, and I'll be chairing today's panel. Joining me on the panel via Zoom are Ian Mann and Linda McFadden. Our assessor today is Svetlana Shabel, and our administrative personnel is Zachary Mohan. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment role in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. Mr. Mohan, please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony.
Of course, Madam Chair. Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Shabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld?
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Shabel and Mr. Neufeld. We have a full agenda today, so let's get started right away on item number 1. This is 1520 Notre Dame. And Ms. Assessor, I see that you have a non-co-op request for this matter.
Correct.
Okay, so can you just please read the address and the roll number, and then your evidence on the non-co-op, please.
Thank you. File number.
Sorry, before we start, I just preliminary matter, you said 8 items, and I notice I have submitted evidence for 8. I don't see 8 from the assessor. I might be missing one. And I think it's 10, I believe it's 105 Hébert.
Yep, we have evidence from you on that one.
Right. I don't have it from the assessor. And I'm just wondering if it was failed to be forwarded to me, or there's another reason.
Okay, we will double check on that one. Does that come from user?
Yes, it looks like during the evidence exchange, they might have sent a duplicate file by accident instead of the 4219.
I don't understand what you're saying.
As in, so when we did evidence exchange, we sent. I think from what I'm seeing off first glance, looks like we might have sent either one or two of the same files, but we didn't send 4209 by accident. Let me just make sure.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, I think, actually, I do remember seeing that. I think that's what happened. So maybe you could forward it to me while we start this other one so as not to delay any further.
great. Thank you, Mr. Newfeld.
For sure.
Okay, we will do that. So Ms. Shable, go ahead again with item number 1, please.
File number 24-4209. Roll number 130017506000. We have preliminary issue. The assessor requests that burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, section 53, 3B of the Municipal Assessment Act, and if a reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54, 3.2 of Municipal Assessment Act. Please open page 7. We deliver items number LP66111264 CA. The information about signature. On page number 8, day of delivery. It was delivered on June 12 at 10:41 p.m. a.m. On page number 9, first letter we sent in April 13, 2023. Second letter we sent in June 9, 2023 with reference number LP 66111254 CA. We didn't receive information back. That's why I'm asking burden of proof be placed on applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Newfeld, questions for the assessor on the issue of non-cooperation?
Yes, what is the page 7? What is the name of that party who signed?
It's please find below the scanned delivery date signature of recipient of the item identified below. It was received on June 12, 2023. In time of receiving showed on page number 8 and 10:41 a.m.
I asked what was the name of the person who received it?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't have anyone to cross-reference this to at the site who confirmed receipt?
Canada Post deliver. It's enough to. It's our proof.
Okay, and do you have the printout of the history of compliance on this property? I didn't see it in your report.
I don't have this. I have to receive. We was asking for 2002 full years of income expense mailer questionnaire to provide to produce our roll for with reference day April 1st, 2023. So we didn't receive this information. It's very valuable information for us.
Do you have the previous year's submission?
No, we under appeal 2025.
I'm just wondering, did you receive previous years?
It doesn't make sense. It's I didn't look into because I looking for 2022 fees reference day for 2023 to the assessment.
I just want to confirm that you've received previous years and it has been marked as being owner occupied.
It's I don't have information for 2022. That's why it's not cooperation warrant.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newfeld. Ms. McFadden?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I have no questions. Mr. Newfeld, would you like to make a presentation on this matter?
Yes, we were just looking into it and the owner was unavailable. I just got a message from Ayrton, who actually told me he filed it himself. Um, I'm just waiting for his email receipt upon sending it in. And it is owner occupied. That's all I can say right now. I don't, unless he gets it in the next 2 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, questions?
No question, because we should receive information by June 30th, 2023 to produce existing roles. Our model work on real information provided to us. It's very crucial for us.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Mann,
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. McFadden?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Okay, the panel will go in camera.
Sorry, I know the assessor is making closing comments there, and I'm going to have to tell you I disagree with her. It's not crucial. This is owner occupied. They took their, you're going to see in the statements, they took their floor area from a roofer's estimate. So aside from all that, it's not crucial. It's owner occupied, but I understand the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go in camera. Panel will make its decision. Panel has made its, has deliberated and has determined that the assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation be granted. Mr. Neufeld, that means that the burden of proof shifts to you. And I would ask you please to introduce the property and your presentation, please.
Thank you. I understand. And first, so now you want me to just address and roll number, that sort of thing?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Actually, the roll number's already been entered, so you can dispense with that and just start with your presentation.
Okay, well, what I was going to do is ask for a confirmation of this, and I'm an appraiser, and I don't think appraisers and assessors should be doing legal work. This is a legal issue. Normally, I have Mr. Mercury available for these, and he was tied up. So, as I understand, the municipal board does not overturn these decisions. So we're best to leave it in its original value and then deal with this at the municipal board. And we'll have a bit more time to find out what happened with this particular issue. So please, can we, under section 54.1, ask for the value to be confirmed?
Certainly, and let me just confirm with both of you that that value is $1,279,000. That would be correct, Ms. Shable?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right then, there's no further discussion on that matter, so we'll conclude item 1 and move to item 2 on our agenda. This is file number 24-4189-1688 St. Matthews Avenue. Ms. Shable, when you're ready, please.
File number 24-4189, roll number 07-569-135-235. We did assess 2025 with reference day April 1st, 2023 at $1,505,000. The subject property service garage was original built in 1957. Has land area of 18,983 square feet with plan area 11,940 square feet. Gross floor area 12,660 square feet and assessed leasable area of 11,940 square feet. It's located in neighborhood 21 St. James Industrial. On page number 3, I started air photos and street view of subject property. It's located at northwest of the city. If divide by rivers for parts, it's a one-story building. More photo on page number 4, a little bit irregular shape of land. Zoning M1 manufacturing light. This district intend to provide for light manufacturing, processing service, storage, wholesale, and distribution operation, with all operation contained exclusion building with some limited outside storage. Our income market provided on page number 6. We did assess 11,940 square feet at $9.41. On same page, on the bottom of the page, I provided 5 comparables for similar service garage located. If you see all my comparables, 5 comparables located in industrial zoning, building between 1988 to 2014, and showed average $18.83, weight average altogether $20.76, and media $30.50. Let's look on my comparables on air photos on my comparables. It started on page 25. Everyone with me? 25. So we can see my first comparables, 84 Scorefield Boulevard. It's zoning M2, built in 1988, a rent of around 50,000 square feet at $11.92. This rent started 2008. So this rent should be upward adjustment for time prior to market time 2023. It's one-story building, irregular shape of land. On page 26, I have another comparables on 3 Lawson Crescent. It's M3 zoning, industrial zoning, built in 1910. Lease started in 2011 for 8,590 square feet at $28.94. It's this building much newer and superior to the subject property. Page 27, 165 Exbrook Drive. It's a manufacturing zoning built in 2014. A lease started in 2014 for 15,750 square feet at $28.79. It's a one-floor building. You can see photo on main floor on bottom of the page. It's superior to the subject property as well, but it's located in industrial area like subject property. On page number 28, I have 2 comparables on 7065 Sargent. It is zoning, industrial zoning M2, building built in 1990. First lease for around 2.4 thousand square feet in $13.50, started in 2008. And another lease started in 2003 at $11 per square foot for 4,000 square feet. So it is leases around 20 years old compared to effective years, but it's a short market and industrial area. So based off my evidence, we're going back to my summary page on page number 6. Our average $18.83. We assess it's $9.41. Give us potential rent $112,355. For service garage, we apply 2% vacancy loss across the city. Expenses not recoverable 3%. Give us in a shortfall $6 per square foot for vacant space. Give us net operating income 105,372. Model generate a 7% capitalization rate, give us estimation of market value of subject property 1,505,000. In my brief, I provided income expenses mailer provided for us. It started on page 10 through page 24. And on page 30, I provide 2025 property assessment notice following by appeal. So based of my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value for the subject property is 1,505,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, questions for Ms. Shable?
Yes. Just one sec. Have you inspected the site?
Chairman, Chairwoman, although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurately describe it based on the data we have on file.
So if that's the case, then what's inside the building?
It's a service garage.
How many bays?
We can look on airport. Let's open page number 3 and we can count because it's street view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 bays.
Okay, 12 bays. You aware that the 5 so-called bays on the right side are pictures?
It's a building. I know that subject property 11,940 square
I'm
feet
sorry,
leasable
your
area.
statement was you had enough information available to make a determination. I asked you a very simple question and you're obviously incorrect. So I'm going to challenge you again. Do you know anything about what's inside the building?
It's service garage, provided service repair car.
The 6 so-called stalls you mentioned on the left side, are you aware that those are picture windows?
It can be open, it can be door, it can be windows, but it's service garage. Built original 1957.
What's behind those picture windows? Do you know?
Normal service garage.
So you're not aware that there's a 1954 Thunderbird in there on display?
It's for our assessment, it's a service car
Okay.
service garage. And my comparable showed $18 per square foot. We assess half of that, $9 per square foot. It's fair.
What about on your page 4, the top picture shows 2 building sections. Looking at this picture, do you know what is located in the building section on the right-hand side?
Right side. It's a service garage. We can go back on page number 3. It's a 5 bays.
How would you drive into that portion on the right-hand side? Do you know?
If you look on page number 4, blue line, purple line showed land area. So we have access only from St. Matthew Avenue.
Did you happen to look at perhaps the pictures we provided for this hearing today?
It's 168. It's on your brief, page number 2. I can see it.
I just asked if you saw it. Prior to your testimony, did you see it?
Yes, on page number 4, you show what inside. It's service garage.
Okay, on page 6, the workup at the top part of the page, is this all from the model?
Correct. model generated.
Okay, and as a service garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the capitalization rate, was this also derived by the model?
Correct.
Have you had the opportunity to read the municipal board order 20A10341 file? And I'm desperately looking for it. I know it's on my desk somewhere.
No
Have you
answer.
read it? Have you read it?
No answer.
I'm just wondering, in preparation for the hearing, didn't you think it might be reasonable to see what the board said about capitalization?
And just for the record, our workload very high for preparation of brief. I have less as 2 hours.
Well, a high workload does not excuse inappropriate work. I'm just wondering,
All my comparables support model generated numbers. It showed 1.5 million.
But your answer is that you have not read the board order, have you?
Not.
And the assessors indicated she has not.
Okay, all right, there's lots of answers there. Okay, to your knowledge, have you reviewed the environmental status of the property?
It's service garage. It has any service garage gas pump could be
Could be, yes.
contamination, but it's not on list.
Okay, and is the placing of it on the list the determination of whether or not it's environmentally impacted?
It's assessed like service garage and my comparables has same use. So this environmental issue we can assume it's similar.
So you said that your comparables have the same use. So now your
Correct.
comparables, just want to verify. So comparable number 1, this is the Boyd auto body. What's the environmental issue with the auto body shop?
Subject property auto body shop and my comparable auto body shop. They have similar.
Are you familiar with the changes in the usage on auto body shops in the last, let's just say from the last time National Building Code changed in 2007?
No answer.
Okay. And this site, prior to being a body shop, are you aware was a hatchery?
In our record, it's a body shop occupied by numbered company.
In your research to determine if the rental rate, did you to see if who paid for the conversion from the hatchery to a body shop?
And moment of assessment, market 2023 reference day, it's a body shop. It's not relevant.
Who paid for it? Wouldn't, if the landlord paid for it, wouldn't they try to get recovery for that in the rent?
It's we can look on income expense mailer provided for us if you can find answer to your questions. On page number 12, we have financial
Mr.
report
Neufeld,
package.
excuse me, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, are you asking Ms. Shable about 34 Scurfield Boulevard?
I'm sorry, is that 34 or 84?
Looks like a 34 to me.
I got, mine's cut, so I just assumed it was 84.
Oh, you could be right, actually. It is 84.
Yeah, okay. I praised it for that.
Yeah, okay.
So
Mine's cut.
I'm a
Yeah.
little bit familiar with it. And I'm just asking, I think the answer was no, that they did not check for the creative financing on it. Thank you. The next one, is that a 3 Lawson then or an 8 Lawson?
3 Lawson's Crescent.
Is that Cal Tire?
Correct. If you look on page number 6 on bottom page in Cal Tire, and
No,
they rent size 2011 at $28.94. We assess less size 10.
what
It's
are the hazardous materials handled in a tire change shop?
it's a Car Tires. They have a service garage as well, and it's my comparable service garages. Everything with car repair in industrial area, zoning M1, 2, 3. So it's
So
one of these comparables.
you made the statement that all service garages would have similar levels of environmental, and I'm asking what the tire shop would have for an environmental. I've never heard of one being placed on a tire shop, but
Cal
perhaps you
Tire
can tell me,
replace tire as well, has service.
what service do they do?
Change tire.
Okay. I'm going to say treat that as you are not sure. Now, 165 Inksbrook, is that Fountain Tire, another Goodyear affiliate?
Correct. If you open page 27 on Street View photo showed Fountain Tire.
Okay, and who is the landlord?
It doesn't, I looking for market rent for this type of space. These comparables on 165 Innsbruck look very similar to the subject property.
Are you
Has
aware
bay
that
for renovation.
Are you aware that Goodyear Tire uses the company as their holding company for all of their affiliate stations, and that their leases are not market? So I'm asking you, do you know who the landlord is?
These leases, net leases provided to us, lease started in 2014 at $28.79.
Do you have a name? Do you have a name or not?
Ms. Shable, can you answer Mr. Neufeld's question? If you don't know, that's
This lease by a Fountain Tire, it's clearly showed on my picture, Street View.
But you don't have a name then for the landlord then?
It's not relevant. I'm looking for space for rent.
You're not here to decide if it's relevant or not. I'm asking you if you
No
just yes
answer.
or no. No answer. Okay, good. The next two are in the same building, correct? On Sargent Avenue.
Correct.
Is this not the former Jaguar dealership?
You can open page number 29. We have street view of building. This property has gas pump, and I look specific for 1965 with two leases, size 2008, 2003 at $13.50, $11 per square foot. What I'm looking for.
Is the gas pump?
Market
Is the
gas pump.
gas?
No, it's located on building 7061. I don't use this
Okay,
comparables.
so just 1765, and that's the one where you can now read. I believe it says Bramer Auto Sales, correct?
Yes.
So that is an used auto dealership that was once a Jaguar auto dealership, correct?
But now the service garage
Okay.
repairs as well. It's a service garage and car related.
So, but it was built as a new vehicle dealership,
It
correct?
was built in 1990.
Do you know that it was built as a new vehicle auto dealership?
At moment when I look for a lease, started in 2008, it's specific for service garage. Two
Okay,
different leases.
I'm going to take that as you were not aware of it. Can the subject property be a new auto vehicle dealership?
We're looking for a space garage related. And this space $13.50, $11. What I'm looking for. Not previous use, today use.
Okay, sorry, just 1 second. I lost my page here. I think I'm done, but I missed my page here. Yes, I do have another question. Now you've put in the statements here. Can you point us to the one that lists the rental income?
All my comparables information provided to us, it's net leases, and they represent market evidence for lease of similar space like subject property. It's between $11 to $28 per square foot. We assess less than $10. It's fair.
You have provided evidence. I would like to hear the answer to my question. Can you point out for the board where the rent is listed on these statements?
Rent listed on page number 6 and in front of each comparables photos. It's in
Page 6, sorry. Where is the rent on page 6?
To example, comparable 84 Scarfield
No,
Boulevard,
no, no, no.
rent started in 2008.
Subject property. Where is, on the statements, they provided you two sets of statements. One is for the business, the other is for the building. Can you just point out for the board which is which?
If you look, and it's owner occupied space,
Where does it say that?
because on my page number 2, lease subject property lease, no subject lease found. It's clear here.
It says no found. It doesn't say owner occupied. It said you couldn't find it. Now, I just
It's
want,
not found.
you couldn't find it. Now, okay, and did you not look at page, and I know the answer to the question, but I guess you don't. Did you not look at page 23? And you see on there the revenue, and then the expenses relate to the building, such as property taxes and repair and maintenance. Is that what they?
On page 23, it's a revenue. It's not a statement of loss retained earning. Revenue or and page 16. But it's not clear because it's sale. It's not rent.
You've provided two sets of statements and you don't know what they mean then. Is that what you're trying to tell us? I just want to
Okay,
know.
on
because
page number 23, you can look on top of the page. 2,861 revenue, it's statement of loss retained earnings for 2022. Revenue from sale on page 16. 840,934, but it's for sale, it's not rent. I can distinguish business and rent. It's owner occupied space. It's
Well, page, you've moved from 16 to 23. Page 16, are you disagreeing that that is the business income?
correct. It's business income. It's not rent. That's why rent not exist. It's owner occupied space.
And so you're not aware that the rental section, which is a different numbered company on page, is stating their rent on page 23. Do you see that?
On page 23.
If you don't understand it because it's not labeled, but I can't help you there, but isn't this what they sent in to you? When you asked them for their statement
Okay,
of
on
revenue
page
and expenses?
23, it's a statement of loss retained earning for subject property. On page number 16, it's a property operate as Canada Auto
Was this
and
information,
another property.
was this information received by a request for income and expenses under the act?
Correct.
And they provided this to you, and have you, and you presented it, but you don't, are you saying you're not, do you understand how this, which is for the business?
For property owner occupied, we're looking on expenses. If you open page 16, these expenses to maintain this property, very important for us, how we distinguish our not operating expenses, shortfall, what we're looking for, accounting legal, realty taxes, not business, insurance, repair maintenance, utilities. Those all these expenses we analyze to get our expenses data for our models. That's why it's important for us.
And how do you separate the business expenses from the realty expenses?
Because you can see business and realty taxes, we have information with realty with business.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. McFadden, questions for the assessor?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann.
Just for some clarification, Ms. Shable, on the capitalization rate that was selected by the model, you have 7%. I'm looking at your page 8. Would that bring it within the industrial B category of your capitalization rate table, or is there another area where this would be most appropriately placed?
For this property, it belong to suburban office space because it stay alone service garage. If it would be part of a shopping mall, it will be belong to retail parts. So in my case, for office between 5.25 to 6.75. And model generates 7% outside 60% of property estimation.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, your presentation, please.
Thank you. There's surprisingly a fair degree of complexity with this particular property. You would think it shouldn't, but we'll start off with it's what it is. It was a gas station at one point in time, and on page 1, where the white colored building is, in front of it, the poured pump island is still in place. I have not even asked the question whether the tanks are still in the ground or not, but it was discontinued as use prior to conservation beginning their list of impacted properties. And I think that date then when they started was 1979. So it had been decommissioned before then. And if you know the way that, oh, sorry, you don't know. Conservation, which I investigated specifically for this property, told me that this property would never have been listed in their site because it was decommissioned prior to their period, and they only operate on permits. So if you take out a tank installation permit or a tank removal permit, you pop on the list. So they don't track it. So the question, and we had this question at municipal board, they asked me, they said, you're an appraiser, how do you know it's contaminated? And I said, because it's a service station. Some things are just self-evident. Every single time there's a service station that used petrochemicals or gasoline of any sort, especially one that's been in use since the 50s, is going to have contaminants on the property. For this particular hearing, I just tossed them all out too. I had 3 jars of product they often used: carburetor cleaner, brake fluid, and I forgot the transmission fluid. And these, of course, are all listed as hazardous chemicals in different degrees. Well, you know, they spill. The modern garage, by the way, uses sealed systems. The old garage does not. There's evidence of it everywhere. And in top of that, the panels, and I don't think I gave you a picture of it, but that's this. Okay, I'll move into that on part 2. So the site is impacted, and anytime it will be bought or sold, there would be a requirement by a lender to do a phase 1 and a phase 2. Phase 1 is a filed search. Phase 2 is the testing. And as a result, you lose you get a lower loan ratio, a higher interest rate, and a shorter amortization period. And this was presented to the municipal board, and I apologize we didn't give you a copy of it. It just came in recently. The board their decision was to increase the cap rate by 2 percentage points, consistent with other properties that are contaminated. They were convinced that that it did meet that standard. Now, the assessment today does not reflect it. And I forgot to ask the question. You can redirect the assessor, but I've asked it probably 6, 7 times of the assessor, and they said they have never, ever indicated that it was contaminated in any of their valuation. The value is inconsequential. I mean, they came to 821,000 in their decision making in that reference period. The key was here is that the major finding was that the property is contaminated. And one of the other things that we went through on that particular hearing is a discussion of my capabilities and experience. And the point is, I am not an engineer. I'm not qualified to test materials, but I am an expert in the valuation of contaminated properties. That is one of my major jobs I do when I'm not in the Board of Revision. As a matter of fact, tomorrow night I'm going to a place in Ontario to do exactly that, because it's something most appraisers don't do, and I do. So the whole concept of the cap rate is linked to the finances of it. It's actually quite easy to determine the impact of contamination on it. And there's 3 stages to contamination. First, there's the identification of it, and second, there's the cleanup, and third, there's the ongoing monitoring. It never goes away. The old days, they called it stigma. And, you know, if we were sitting in a board 10, 15 years ago, you'd be hearing stigma every second word. We're not allowed to use that word anymore. Well, we don't use it. We call it market resistance to detrimental conditions. And we've also broadened what that includes in detrimental conditions as we learn more and more about what can be bad for properties. And both the Appraisal Institute, of which I'm a member, and the International Association of Assessing Officers are in agreement as to what constitutes an environmental contamination, and it's a broad range of property impacts, and such as acid rain, air contaminants, airport noise, asbestos, chlorine, drinking water impact, et cetera, nuisances, radon, underground storage tanks, of course, all sorts of pollutants. So we do a broad range of it. And I don't know if you can see my desk. I'm certain it's under one of these piles, and I'd read it out to you. But I am under oath, and should anyone have bothered to want to try to find it, it is publicly published at the municipal board. Moving on, the next problem with this property is looking at the picture on page 1. Is that white building? That's not a service garage. When the current owner, it was the father who started the operation in the 50s, and he actually just passed away last year. His sons took over, and the father maintained ownership, and the son with his sons, and then one of the sons was the operator. It's not really arm's length, but the one son can't be, anyone who's got a large family knows one son can't be shown favoritism, so you better be fair. The rents they charge obviously are very much on the low side, but that's because the business isn't great. But the reason it isn't great is because half the building now does minor repair work. The other half was when the current owner came in. It was in the time when hot rods were more prevalent in our city, and it is a full-blown machine shop. I don't know how many of you ever dealt with that, but in the old days, they used to take a block, a big Detroit V8 block, and they'd bore it, and they'd sometimes put sleeves in. They'd they'd change the camshafts and shave them, change the crankshaft angles, put in the headers and put in the manifolds and multiplied the carburetors, juiced up the suspension with springs and different things. That's what this has done. So in there are metal lathes and every sort of piece of equipment necessary to customize a motor. And we're talking about hardcore mechanical work. The picture of it is on page, my page is, we'll start with page 12. That's the machine shop. Now, the covers are off the machines, and at the hearing, the assessor was really quite, I don't know what he was trying to prove. I asked Dan, the owner, to take the covers off the pictures so we could take pictures to show what was under there so there'd be no mystery. And the assessor said, well, look, see, they're still in use. And it's true. I needed a tow hook for my car, which was a stupid European metric measurement that I couldn't find anywhere else in the world. And Dan, the owner, took a look at it and he made me a new one from scratch. From a solid piece of metal, he cut me a new tow hook. And that's what this thing job was made for. Now, I asked, how many have you done like this? He said, well, you're the first guy in the last 5 years. It's boarded up. There's no more need for it. And that's why the city assessment is wrong, because it's coding it as service garage. It is half service garage and half machine shop. And there are no machine shop rentals out there. They're all closed down. Actually, I do know of 2, but then the next problem with it, and as far as environmental goes, and I don't know how well we can see this. Here we go, page 14, top and bottom picture. That's asbestos tile. And in a machine shop, asbestos is not as toxic as if it was in your kitchen, because it's a material that's fire resistant and it's in use all the time. But it's still on the list of properties that would lead you to assume that it's contaminated, and it's still in place. But the shop isn't open, so it's really academic. Page 15, more of the machine shop parts, and then the bottom of 15 is the garage itself. The issues in this particular one are, you'll notice that yellow pipe. There's 2 of them. Those are stand pipes for drainage from the roof. And on top of them, you can see the moisture penetration. So the roof is got some corrosion issues, water seepage, and we'll call it black stuff because I'm not allowed to call it what it is, because that I'm not qualified to make the call on, but it's in bad shape. That's what the inside of the shop is like. And you can see there's multiple service bays, and one single drive-in, and there is no body shop in here. Now, if bottom of page 15, there's some white plastic and a white car under it. They're doing some spot painting. That's not a paint booth. You can't have a paint booth in this because you need new modern downdraft facilities. This is just a spot repair, and certainly not a body shop. The page 16, bottom of it, there's an idea of the sort of cars that they would work on, the old hot rods. They do sell some tires as well, and they are not owned by Goodyear. There is no affiliation. The picture of the outside of it on page, I don't know if you get a good shot of it. Yes, bottom of page 2. That's a mural, and they were formerly a Goodyear franchise. And when Goodyear went to only one franchisee, which is actually not a franchisee, part of the organization, Fountain Tire, they rather than tell them to yank his sign, they said, well, we love it. It's great advertising. It's a nice mural. Leave it up. But those are all pictures. And incidentally, Goodyear's in-house holdco is called Treadmark, kind of a giveaway. that's who owns their properties and leases back to the parent corporation. The those are the basic physical issues of the site. And there's also a description. Okay, so now I'm moving to problem number 3. And the property was partially expropriated. On top of page 3 is the piece that the city wanted. This is to widen St. Matthews as they connected St. Matthews with St. James to, of course, improve access to the Polo Park area. So they took, it's about 10, 12 feet from the front of the site. And in doing so, of course, Dan, the owner, was selling some cars, and he lost approximately 11 parking stalls. And he has an inventory of any given time of about 5 or 6 cars, mostly older Fords. I mentioned inside where the assessor thinks there's a service area. It's actually a showroom, and it's a 54 Thunderbird in a disgusting color. And I don't know the exact year or model, but I believe it's a Model A as well on display. There's a small office area, and behind there's the machine shop. The particular focus of his work is Mustangs, and not the new ones, of course, but 1964 to 73 is the focus of it. Obviously, you can tell I'm fascinated with this sort of stuff. But when we went to look at valuation for it, we were trying hard to find examples that were similar. And on page 5, there's a couple. And this, by the way, was probably copied from the appraisal I did for the expropriation. And we had the examples of around the neighborhood of machine shop styles as well. So I probably wouldn't disagree with the assessor's assertion that $9 is a reasonable rent for a garage. But for a machine shop, it's more like $4 or $5. There's only, as I said, there's 2 that I'm aware of. One is Sturgeon Creek at 2640 Portage, which is at $4, and I don't think that's in our list. No, it's not, but it's the same usage, except those people are dragsters people. And so doing this, we have an overall rate of $7, which pretty much is nine in service and about 5 for the rest of the property, split half and half, rounded to 7. And then the rest of the valuation things for vacancy, this is a sort of a mix between a retail and an industrial. The shop's industrial. Oh, I should point out that another issue that came about on the hearing was that they're under bylaw requirements for parking. For a retail facility, you need 1 stall for every 250 square feet. For industrial use, you can, I believe it's 1 stall per 1,000 square feet. And the expropriation reduced them underneath that level for parking. And in a garage, what's important is you're going to have people drop their cars off for work. They have 6 working bays inside. You can turn over 3 to 4 jobs a day. People leave in the morning, pick up at night. So you go 6 times 3, 18 people, 6 staff. You need parking for 24, and there isn't parking for 24. The assessor for the city said you can park on the street, which is he was not aware that the street parking on Kensington is actually an urban reserve, and it is private. It's not the city of Winnipeg. You cannot park there just because you think it's a city street. So those were the issues that dealt with it. The settlement was made, and I am allowed to tell you that for his loss of land and loss to his business, it was $600,000 was the settlement. So what we were coming to the city with is say, well, look, it's 600,000 loss in value determined by the expropriation panel, and you had the input to it. You should be reflecting that in your assessments. And that's exactly our point. It should be. But that's just for the expropriation. Now, and for the rest of the matters, it's not a service garage per se. It is a miscellaneous shop, and you can see the statements. They're not making any money right now. It's a labor of love on the part of the owner, and I really like people who do this. That where it's not all about the money. He just loves cars, and I respect it. And anyway, go through with page 18, 19. You can see the condition of this place. I've been in it, I don't know, 20 times, maybe more. This is by the way, I grew up in the gas station world. My dad had a bulk station, and I learned to love the smell of oil on timber. So I like this, but the world doesn't for investing. And that is my long-winded presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, please. You would agree that all contaminated site provided of province Manitoba contamination site list?
No,
Correct.
that's not true.
You didn't provide information about contamination site registry, which is property listed?
I did not provide information for this particular hearing. I did provide information to the city of Winnipeg in the municipal board hearing referenced in this report. You have received it. And you've also received the decision where a panel determined it was contaminated based on the evidence.
You didn't provide this evidence for our review at today's hearing, correct?
I did not
So we
file it
cannot verify it.
Well, I question whether or not when you have something in your possession that you deny its existence, and something that's open to the public, and I'm testifying under oath.
Would you agree for today market income appraising its contamination, it's not issue for income approach. We assess that highest and best use service garage or mechanical
No, highest and best,
property.
no, highest and best use can't be service garage because it lacks parking. And if you looked at your comparables, you'd see how much more parking they had. It was designed for a different age, and half the building is obsolete. As far as the contamination, it's a major impact on the income approach, because the capitalization rate is not some pie in the sky idea. It's based on really one issue. You go to the bank and you need a mortgage. Bank wants to know, are you making enough money to pay the mortgage? That's what determines the cap rate. Contaminated properties will suffer, as I mentioned. Usually the lending ratio will drop from about 70 to 50, and you'll see about 1.5 points higher in the interest rate, and the amortization will be cut. If you're trying, you'll never get 25 years, you might get 20, or you might get 15 years. And all this means that there's more pressure on your income to have a higher income. And if the market doesn't justify it, you drop the sales price until you match that amount that it's been devalued by.
Let's open your page 16. It's a typical service garage showed on your pictures, 16, 17. Correct?
No, as I said, no, it's not. It's an old style. I'll tell you the positive points on it is the single point of entry is good for lower thermal loss. However, it's bad for space utilization. Usually you're going to see the modern garage is going to be 25,000 square feet, and it will have a drive-in, and you turn left, turn right, and get into a bay. And that's the best use for it. And when you go smaller than that, then you want to have a single row with each stall having its own separate door for space utilization. This one, the way it's laid out, they have south side stalls, but the north side is a limited stall, and so the yield is a bit lower than most. Give you an idea of the picture on the top of page 16 that shows that. So working stalls, there's 4 on the left and 2 sort of half stalls on the right, just because of the space limitations.
On page 15, they have body shop on your photo 15 on bottom side. And on top, they have special equipment to do specific parts for old building.
No,
More equipment showed on page number 12. So
I'm-
it's a typical service garage and mechanical, correct?
no, I'm sorry, that's not accurate. An auto body shop today needs one of the more specialized downdraft paint booths, and they will also have multiple inputs for different colors that they use, and an air handling system as well. And they now use products that they'll have to recycle, and they can't. They have to control what goes outside, so they're not allowed any noxious emissions. But the paints differ as well. What you see here is some plastic and some spray cans. That's not called a body shop.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Mann, questions for Mr. Neufeld?
I do have a couple of questions. First of all, you indicated that the 1,522 square feet that was expropriated affected the, was your position as that affected the capitalization rate?
Yeah, it was, I have the report. It was filed and it never went to a decision. The city settled, but I can tell you that we used a differential rental rate and a differential capitalization rate. I'm just trying to recall offhand. I think we used a difference of about 30% on rent and maybe a point on the cap rate.
Okay, because the total amount of expropriated property was 1,522 square feet. Is that what I gleaned from the report that you submitted?
That's correct.
Okay, so 1,522 square feet would have been about 7.5% of the entire property at that time, right?
Yes, and that's kind of the position that the city took. We're not taking much land, but what they failed to understand is parking was crucial, and it's one of those threshold issues. And I did other expropriations in the same manner, such as Pembina Dodge, where they said, well, we only took 20,000 square feet. You still have 3 acres left. And the expropriating parties don't understand the balance required and what the lack of parking can do. If, as I was saying, if you lose 9 parking stalls, you lose a turnover and a half of business. There is no other parking. And when they also did that, they eliminated parking on St. Matthews. So in the past, they had street parking, and that, due to the expropriation, went away. That's compensable from based on the act, but to a lesser degree. They also changed the turn-in and the access, which is a little bit more difficult to argue, but it was another negative. They also changed across the street. This is a very interesting one across the street. It does relate. It relates.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think we're getting way outside where I'd asked the question.
It's and I know that, but I'm just okay. Here's my answer. It's not a simplified situation. On any given expropriation, you can probably have 12 to 15 different impacts on the future usage, injurious effect, and you have to go through them all. This one would, I'll finish very quickly. Across the street, they used to bring in semi-trailers across the street. With the expropriation, they cut off that access, and they used to come down Kensington and come in. Now they can't anymore, and it turned the whole neighborhood into a disarray on that basis. But that's we weren't going to get into an awful lot. I don't think it was great to begin with, and the expropriation just made it worse.
Okay. The environmental status. Has anyone from the province ever been, or from the provincial environmental agencies ever been contacted to come out and do the testing of this site?
As I mentioned, their new protocol is they will come out when a permit is triggered. And the permit would be generally for tank installation or tank removal. They're not actively soliciting complaints to go look out. They have an inventory of about 50,000 sites that they're in the middle of putting into their electronic registry. Of those, when I spoke to them specifically for this property, which was about 9 months ago, they were up to coding out 1,200 of the 50,000 on the electronic registry. So to find it, it goes back to the paper files, which are no longer available. But to be clear, they are not the determinant of a contaminated site. They are a registrar who process information when they get it. As one of the duties as an appraiser, when I go and look at sites, I have to have a knowledge of what could be a detrimental situation, and this is so blatant. I mean, I answered this earlier. I was asked, how do you know it's contaminated? I said, it's a service station. I didn't make that answer up. I got that from conservation.
Again, Mr. Neufeld, my question was just simply, have they been tested?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thank you. The capitalization rate, you have, again, back to the capitalization rate, you have assigned a 9%, and that is based on the, is that based on the 7% capitalization rate as noted by the city plus a 2% bonus or 2% change in the capitalization rate as a result of the contaminated site? Is that
That's
how
correct.
the 9%?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden, questions?
No, I believe my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, you use a different vacancy than the city. Can you just speak to that quickly?
It's a multiple use, so we just looked at industrial and retail rates and came up with sort of an average between the two based on the Johnson report.
Okay, thank you. I have no additional questions. Ms. Schnabel, would you like to make a summary statement?
Yes, please. Our job here is today is to analyze the market evidence. It describes the base conclusion of the market value. During appraising by highest and best use, it's a service mechanical service garage. Contamination usually out of questions. Agent didn't provide any contamination site document from province of Manitoba. My opinion of market supported by least comparables on similar properties and similar industrial area. Based off, so our capitalization rate 7%, generated by model that very well supported by our capitalization rate estimated for all properties sell across the city. So based off my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 1,505,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, summary?
Yes, essentially there's just two issues of concern, and one is the rental rate, and that is because it's not all service garage. The other half is machine shop, which is essentially obsolete at this day and age. The second being the environmental issues. The other issues are sort of, you don't add them all up. And that there's sequencing them separately and added up to make some ridiculous amount. I mean, it has multiple problems, and I think that the application of the capitalization rate as described does deal with all of the issues. It's just a poor investment risk. That's all. It's got lots of problems. the whole concept of whether or not it gets reported, and I was thinking about something the other day, is if you haven't been caught committing a crime, but you commit a crime, are you still a criminal? It's the commission, not being caught. Now, there's nothing to hide here. They've never bothered with the site. Conservation have got their hands full with all sorts of other problems, and they're now called, by the way, conservation they're looking at I forgot they changed their name to more looking forward to a green world and electrification of everything. So their whole role has changed. It's obvious that it is. It's obvious to anybody who walks in. If someone walks in and can't see the contamination, they're incompetent. And the board has continuously ruled on this going back. I'm just trying to give you the quotations for those particular cases, but they go back to, I've done myself 3 before the board. It's always been fairly consistent on the way they've treated it, because they understand that that you're guilty until proven innocent, and if you're a service station, you're guilty. That's as simple as that. So those are the 2 issues: getting the rent right and getting the cap right. And it's been a long process. You can see we still have the 20. We have mixed hearings on this, and this is what I was looking for. So you don't have to worry about this, but in 2016 and 2018, we brought it in, and the board reduced it to 500,000, 600,000. In 2020, they did nothing. We took it to the municipal board, and they reduced it. 23, it's under appeal at the municipal board, and we're going to have to go through this all over again. And now we have 25. Well, nothing got better. Thank you very much. I'm sorry this took so long.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That concludes item number 2. Moving on to item number 3. This is file number 24-4157-176 Watson Street. Again, Ms. Schabel, you are requesting that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation.
Correct.
Thank you. Can you just read in the roll number and address and go right to the non-cooperation, please?
Roll number 0500-9042000. Address is 176 Watson Street. The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation, Section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act. If reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows Section 54(3)(2) of the Municipal Assessment Act. If you open page 2, we did received a response on April 21st, 2023, but it's incomplete. That's why we're asking for not cooperation. If you open page 15, we did send a letter of request on April 13, 2023. On page 16, 17, information provided to us. You can see that no income, no annual expenses was provided for us, so we cannot apply this property expenses to analyze how much to maintain this property. We have only person who fill in information. That's it. It's not cooperation, and that's why we asking that burden of proof be placed off applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, on page 17, it states comments, forwarding financial statements. Did you look for any further statements?
We didn't receive forward and financial statement. Otherwise, would be no request for not cooperation.
Was this filing done electronically or by in person or mail or fax?
It's was in hand. You can see handwriting.
Yes, but was it handed into your office by hand or by mail or by
It's our
electronic?
office received on April 21st, 2023. I don't have answer.
Okay. And was it received with any other properties?
No, it's just for these properties. That's why it's recorded as incomplete. We
Well, this-
cannot draw any information from this.
This owner has several properties for which he responded on, and which, of course, the city acknowledged receipt. I'm wondering if you looked, or if someone filed it in the wrong property.
On request, ask specific information for specific property, not consolidated with another properties.
Yes, but if it came packaged with another property, how do you decide where it goes?
It's in the package for specific property. It's recorded and scanned to our system.
Okay, the property address that was mailed to is 1763 Henderson, correct?
Correct.
And that is another commercial operation that has to file a return, correct?
And this on same address we send tax for this property, and we send request for income expense mailer. If owner would like to change mailing address, it's their duty to contact us.
Not what I asked. That is another business operation, correct?
It's place to send all information.
Could it have been placed into the wrong file?
No.
Did you do this? Did you do the filing?
I find this document attached to this property. It's right filing in.
But you didn't personally file this, did you?
I cannot do all job and assessment department.
The answer is no, you didn't do it. And did you speak to the people who do the sorting?
Clear information I provide in my evidence.
Those are my
They
questions.
did great job.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. McFadden, questions for Ms. Shable?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn?
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, I have a question. When you get a document like this, which clearly is a non-response, at least from your evidence here, does the city send a second letter?
If we don't receive any information, city sent a second letter. In this case, it's a our, I would say, clerical people did receive and posted attached to a
So
file.
if you had received nothing, you would have sent a second letter,
Correct.
but you received what you're saying is pretty much nothing. And you did not send a letter, is that with
Because we analyze received information after we receive second letter. When we already assess our state as put status incomplete or proceed in our system to analyze this data.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. I followed up with the owner, and he has 3 commercial properties, 2074 DeVries and 1763 Anderson, as well as Watson. He filed all the information together. We believe that the city misfiled it. And I've already brought 1763 Henderson to hearing, and the statements were for that property had been received. And I guess we can't understand, we can't prove that. We can only state that they were filed together, and it has happened with other properties. And of course, there was no second follow-up. There was no contact. The first time Mr. Gauthier heard about it was when I contacted him about 2 weeks ago. Had he received a registered letter or a follow-up call, he would have responded to it. He didn't receive any. Thank you. That's all I can say. Thanks.
May I have questions?
Yes, now that Mr. Neufeld is done, you can certainly ask.
You didn't provide information that you question in question for in your brief. When we receive any information, we have data when it's received. If you open page 16, on bottom page on right corner, it showed this information was received April 21, 2023. If you would receive another information, it will be stamped. Do you have proof, evidence, with city stamp that we received this in misplaced?
You're asking me to prove
Yes.
that the city made a mistake? How can I prove that? I don't work for the city. I would love to come and look at your files. I would spend all day in it and look for that. I'd be happy to, but you don't let me. So how can you ask me that question?
You did state that you contact owner and they sent us this information.
Right, but he doesn't have.
Ms. Shable,
Sorry,
Mr. Neufeld has responded to the best of
thank you.
his knowledge. Thank you. Mr. Mann, questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden?
No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, and neither do I. So we'll go in camera and we will make our decision. Thank you very much. Okay, the assessor has requested that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation. We have no evidence that the applicant did submit the evidence or did submit the income and expense statement as requested. So we are going to grant the request made by the assessor. That means, Mr. Neufeld, the burden of proof shifts to you, and you will begin with your presentation, please.
Madam Chair, was the file read into the roll?
Will, yeah.
Okay, it was, okay.
Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Neufeld.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, we all do it.
As before, we're going to ask for this to be confirmed. I'm very, very confident that we will be able to figure this out. And as you say, the municipal board does not overturn decisions on the penalty, so it's best to leave it for that. I understand your decision. I'm just pretty sure I know what happened. So 54-1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. All right, that will conclude item number 3. Okay, let's move on to item number 4. This is file number 24-4338, 2544 Main Street. Ms. Shable.
Roll number 05003289. We did assess 2025 with market reference date April 1st, 2023 at 2,334,000. The subject property service auto-related service. Original bill in 1989 with effective years 2000. It's located in C2 zoning commercial on 323 Riverbend neighborhood. A land area of 36,132 square feet. Plan area, gross floor area, and leasable area 3,502 square feet. On page number 2, we did received information that subject property lease showed income expense mailer at $25.82 per square foot. On page number 3, started air photo and street view of subject property. It's located north on Main. Street view on page number 3. On page number 4, we can see it's a regular shape of land. We have a store, kiosk, and pump, gas station. More photo on page 5. On page number 6, it's located at intersection, southwest intersection of Red River Boulevard and Main Street, and C2 commercial zoning. On page number 7, started market income estimation for subject property. We did assess 3,502 square feet at $32.72. On same page, on bottom of the page, I presented a car store and gas station rent at 5 properties. As they showed that average $52.94 and weight average $47.45. In media, it's $43.99. We assess $32.72. It's fair. Let's look on my comparables, more specific. Open page 14. First, gas pump store Co-op located on 18 Kivatin. Start date and end date, it will be 2005. Sorry for this, could you cross 1905? It's 1,344 square feet, rent at $93.75. Another gas pump in store located on 1425 McPhillips Street. Rent started in 2013 for 2,330 square feet. It's $43.99. You can see it's Co-op. On page number 16, another Co-op on 1070 Henderson Highway. Rent for 1,680 square feet at $51.22. Another gas station with store on 705 Osborne Street, page 17. 1,000 square feet, rent at $43.99. In my last comparables on page 18, it's 690 Sterling clients. 3,625 square feet, rented $31.72. We're going back to my summary page on page number 7. So my 5 comparables support our model generated $32.72 per square foot that give us potential rent $140,454. We did apply 2% vacancy loss across the city for all store kiosk pump. Expenses not recoverable 3%. Shortfall $6 per square foot give us net operating income of $108,513. Model generate 5.35% capitalization rate, give us estimation of around 2 million. Gas pump has a cost that added to valuation $326,000, give us estimate value of 2,354,000. On page, in my brief, if you look on page 11, income expense mailer provided for us, when we can see income, revenue, all expenses, what we analyze through page 13. On my comparables, we look already. On page 19, I provided 2025 property assessment notice following by appeal. Based on my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is $2,354,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Shable. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes. Sorry, just one second, I lost my place here. Um, page 2, the rent roll. They're listing $90,000 annual rent. And that year's lease, you've got a start date of 2009. Did it change during that time period?
It shows that between 2009 and 2024, it was leased for $25.82. A new renewal or step up will happen by the end of lease in 2024. It will be post reference for us. That's why I didn't provide that here.
I'm not asking for post reference. I'm asking for pre-reference. Do you have the information on the rental rate over from the time that the lease was first written?
We analyze market evidence for 2023. I don't have this information.
Well, you have a start date of 2009. Was it renegotiated at any point in that time period?
What we can see that in 2022, lease was at $25.82, what we're looking into today.
Yeah, that's okay. In 2009, were you aware that the rent was $94,000?
It's not relevant for today assessment.
I'm sorry, it is relevant because you put in the date, not me. Did you
It's
know when it started that it was at $94,000?
I showed information provided to us. Very important look when it's as of date, December 31st, 2022. Before our reference date is rent at $25.82. It's this rent will be much higher after in 1st February 2024. It's what we're looking into. We try to analyze market evidence, what happened in 2002.
So, okay, I just want to clarify. I don't understand what you said, but are you not aware that the rent was renegotiated 6 times between 2009 and 2023?
Yeah, it's possible.
It's
But
possible. Do you know any of the details on this? Why was it renegotiated? Do you know any of it?
no, I don't have this information.
So why not use the date from 2016 renewal, which was 82,000, rather than the 2009 number?
I'm looking what rent was happened in 2022 for our assessment.
Okay. And do you know how rents are determined for fuel stations? Do you know the methodology that is employed?
It could be leased by square footage, by improvements, or leased by land.
Okay, I'm going to say no, you don't know then. On your page 7, was this done by the model?
Correct.
Your comparable number 1, 80 Keewatin, when you have a start date listed of 1905, I assume that's a typo. Do you have the
It's
right?
type 2005.
2005. Did you determine what the site looked like in 2005?
For me, more important what happened with this size in 2022, because we're looking for market evidence for rent support, what happened to estimate subject property value.
Do you have any information on the negotiations and changes in rents on this particular site?
It's not relevant for 2023 assessment data, reference date.
Are you aware that the building footprint on it was much larger in 2005, and they had buildings demolished around 2000? I've lost my dates here. Around 2016.
18 Kivatin, it's not under appeal. I'm looking just for similar rent for the subject property. And by the way, this rent for Kivatin was negotiated in 2006. Market evidence and subject property 2006. This $93.75 showed very similar to the subject property.
As of 2009, there was a laundromat on the site, which is no longer there. How did you factor that into the rental consideration?
For our concern, it's 1,344 square feet. It's a store and a gas station. Rent in 2022 at $93.75. We assess less than $33 per square foot. It's reasonable.
For 1425 Keyway and 1425 McPhillips, how many buildings are on the site?
And my rent for 2,330 square feet at $43.99, specific for kiosk and pump gas station.
In your picture on page sorry, I want to get the right page here.
On page 15, this property has also a
Right.
car wash, but it's different rent.
What does that purple line represent?
Side of property.
So there is a building, it's a car wash on the site. Is the car wash not rented with the gas kiosk?
No, car wash, gas kiosk rent by Petra Canada, car wash, super car wash, it's another tenants. If a subject property would be car wash, I will be use a rent of car wash on this property because it's two different rent.
I'm sorry, I just saw something in the one that was just presented to us that I don't think agrees with that, but I don't want to take forever on this, but give me 15 seconds. So I'm just looking at 2250, and this one is 2330. Okay, the next one you're saying is on 1070 Henderson. So this was is this correct, 32-year lease?
One second, correct. 1070 Henderson. Lease original started in 1995 until 2023 is 37. But in income expense measure for 2022, prior to our market evidence, 1,680 square feet rented $51.22.
Okay, and I asked you this question once before, a slightly different version. Do you know how much gasoline Co-op sells at their stations?
It is a sale of gasoline not under appeal and not part of income approach estimation.
Well, okay, it is part of it, but you don't know the answer. Okay, and sorry, I'm lost here. I'll be just with sorry. Okay, so the last property, 690 Sterling Line, you've got 3,600 square feet. So what does that include? Does that include the convenience store and the car wash?
705 Osborne Street on page 17. It's
Ms. Schindler, he's asking about 690 Sterling Lane.
on page number 18. It's include, you can see 7-Eleven and Pump together, 3,625 square feet rented, $31.72.
And that's the combined of the two properties?
Correct. It's a kiosk, a store and pump, gas station like subject property, and they rented $31.72. Model generated $32.72 for same 3.5 thousand square feet. It's reasonable. It's very well supported by my evidence.
On just backing up here, page 8. I don't know if I asked you this. Has this all been done by the model?
Correct.
And where in the model does the capitalization rate derive from? Is it an industrial rate, retail rate, or do you know?
It's office. This stay alone kiosk and gas station. It's
Retail.
part of office suburban between 5.25 to 6.75. It's if it would be part of shopping mall, it would be in retail section.
Does your model recognize the contamination issue with gas stations?
During income approach, we assume that contamination not issue. It's limitation assumption, so it's not underestimation.
Did you make any determination to find out if the pumps, pipes, dispensers, and canopies were included in any of the rentals of your comparables?
Correct. All my comparables have some physical condition, like subject property and rent between kiosk and gas pump.
Does the rent include the tanks?
Yes, correct. No,
You're sure
no.
about that?
No, it's not include the tanks.
Okay.
Because if you look on our page number 7, pump tanks, it's on cost approach base of Marshall Swift. It gives us 326,000 extra to estimate value.
Okay, and going on to that Marshall and Swift. So who prepared this Marshall and Swift calculation?
Our model, in-house model based of Marshall Swift data.
Now, looking specifically at the underground pump, how old is it?
I don't have this
Sorry,
information in front
underground
of me.
tank. What's the lifespan of an underground tank?
This data already on cost approach, age of tank pump already account for it. It gives
Where
us
is it?
326,000.
Well, I'm seeing that the cost was 80,000 and there's a 35% depreciation. Where's the age of the build of the tank?
Oh, good. If you open page number 8, if you put number 8, it's subject property detached structure detail. It's where it's showed what cost we involve from 326,000.
Again, is there an age here anywhere?
Age 2000,
Of the tank?
correct.
2000. And so how old is the tank?
We're looking for tank. It will be second line, second and 1, 2. So let's look on together. A fuel pump, we have 3 fuel pump. Depreciation 35%. We have 8 units. We have tank, one tank for
I'd like to speed this
18,000,
up and keep,
19,000.
Ms. Shable, is there a way we can see the age on here?
If you can see age, my page number 1, effective years built, 2000.
okay, and so the tank is in excess of 20 years old then?
It has 35% depreciation.
Would it be over 20 years old?
I don't have this estimation.
Well, 2000, it was the date you have for it, and the date that, what is the date you're using for its age for this appeal?
2024,
Oh.
2000.
For the age, but what about the life? What's the effect of, what date are you using for its age today? Are you using the reference date or using the physical date? I don't really care. Pick one.
Reference date.
Okay, so it's 23 years old then, right?
Correct?
What's the, how long will you get, is a tank permit good for?
If we came across permits that tank change, it will be affect our estimation cost approach for pumping stuff.
I'm gonna make my question a bit longer. Manitoba Conservation requires every tank to be registered and a permit issued. How long does that permit last with Manitoba Conservation? Do you know?
I will look into. So our replacement cost new of subject fuel equipment, island shelter, tank dispenser, pump piping, we're estimating using the City of Winnipeg Property Assessment Department in-house
That's not my question.
computer costing
you-
system that based on the provincial cost manual. This code represent bundles associated.
Okay, that's not what I
Subcomponents,
asked,
switch
so
and
I
pump
don't
and
think we have to
pumping.
waste the time with you reading something that doesn't
Ms.
matter.
Shable, do you know how, can you just answer Mr. Newfeld's question about the life?
For our estimation, it's 2000 effective years built.
Okay, so can you move on, Mr. Newfeld?
Okay, when a tank exceeds its permitted life, are you aware of what the process is and the costs are to maintain it?
Yeah, it would be replaced. We will be receiving permits and information about replacement tank, and we will be update our record. Today, our record up to date.
It's not what I asked, and I don't know if it's a language barrier or not. I'm going to lead a bit more. If you have a tank that's exceeded its life, it may be extended. Do you know what the costs are to extend its life? And I'm speaking of testing and insurance. Do you know any of that?
The maximum depreciations allowance, it's 80%. Right now for tank, 35%.
Okay, I guess that's a no.
It's recently replaced.
What are the costs? Now you've taxed tanks and pipes and equipment. What are the costs involved to maintain these on an annual basis? Do you know?
I don't have this information
Okay,
because it's not part of income approach.
That's fine. Now, if you assess something and you give it value, do you not have to put in the maintenance costs for it to maintain it?
No answer.
How long, in general, the rest of the piping and pumps, and no, sorry, pumps, I gotta ask you a question here. Are you calling dispensers to be pumps? Or are you calling these tank top pumps?
Let's look together. We have fuel pumps, we have 8 units. We have a tank, everything on page 18. We have tank 19,830 gallons. We have another fuel pump, shelter, 1,790 square feet. We have another tank and 6,604 gallons.
I've
And
asked
we
for
have another
pumps.
pump, 6 units.
You've listed a total of 14 units. You've labeled them as pumps. I want to know, are these pumps or are these dispensers?
We have 14 pumps and 4 units together because each has several type of gas and diesel.
So you're not making a distinction between the dispensers and the pumps then, are you? Or do you know what the designation is?
If you see, we have a fuel pump, electrical product. We have quantity one, just one has 8 units. And last one, fuel pump electrical has 3 quantity, 6 units of fuel product.
What is a pump?
Mr. Newfeld, could you go on, please?
Well,
I
no,
feel that we're not
I
getting
know.
the answers we're looking for.
This is actually a very important question in terms of the act, but this is the information supplied. You're going to have to give me a lot more leeway, and I'll move on. On the income and expense statement provided on page 11 and 12, are there any costs involved for the operation of those tanks and pumps?
We don't have this information. We use same like province. We apply cost for gas station operation.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newfeld. Ms. McFadden, do you have questions?
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
Just for clarification, Ms. Shable, on page 2, there was some discussion or some questions about the timing. The rent roll that is included on your page 2 has a small entry property as of date 12/31/2022 by property notes. Is that the rent roll as of 2022, or is that, and was that entered by the city, or is this just the rent roll from 2009 that was re-entered by the city in 2022, or do you know?
It's if you open page 13.
No. My question,
It's
Ms. Shable,
okay.
is very simple, I think. Is this effective as of 2022, or is it 2009 rent roll that has simply been added to this presentation?
It's effective 2022.
Thank
Still
you.
in place. It will be much higher in 2024 in February, but it's post-reference.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Ms. Shable, would you think that your model then is overestimating the rent given the subject lease for this property?
Not because if you look on my comparables on page number 7,
Yes.
I have a similar type of properties and
I
showed
see-
rent around $47 per square foot
I do
average.
see your rent comparables. And I see that all the numbers are higher, but notwithstanding that, if you, and I know the city does not do site specific, but if you look at the subject lease for this particular property, it's much lower than your model rent. Would you agree with that?
Agree. And plus all my comparables showed the model take this $32.72 average
No,
to apply for subject
I see
property.
that your average is very close to your model, for sure. I see that. It's, I was just asking about the subject rent. So
A
thank you
subject
very-
rent would be analyzed as well, but original this lease was negotiated in 2006. And every years or 2 years, it's going a step up. But our model analyze also new negotiated leases for 2022 prior reference date.
Do you, so this, I think Mr. Mann was asking, is this the rent in place?
Correct,
$5.82. It was in place as at the reference here.
correct.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, this property is, we're still waiting for a decision from the municipal board on this for an older appeal. And I think what happened is that some of the board members got fired with the new government, and I don't know if they're going to finish it off with a smaller quorum of people, or they're going to redo it. So there were a lot of issues put forward, and I'm going to do my best to be quick as possible. And incidentally, I'm not joking. I was raised in the fuel business with my dad's operation. When I was 12 years old, I was out pumping gas into tractors. This is something that I know quite well, and as an appraiser, I get an awful lot of these assignments. First thing to remember about any operation like this, when you see a rented site, it's not going to be the same for every one of them. This particular rent is very unique in that it is for everything on the site: land, buildings, and the fixtures, and the tanks, the dispensers, the pumps, the canopy, everything. Generally, most rents are land rents because the fuel companies really want to disavow. They're the landlords, and they want to disavow any liability for contamination. And I don't know if that works or not, but there's a magic number, and I knew it years ago. And during our municipal board, the city actually exposed what that was. So I can tell you, 3.5 cents. That's what the rent is. 3.5 cents a liter. That's the going rate. And that's how this one was set. The first rents when this was open were higher, and then they dropped significantly in 20 and I just had that page in front of me, and I suppose I could have given you the entire workup that I had presented. 2012 to it first started at 88,000 in 89. It was 78,000, and then by 2012 it rose to 94,000, and that was a decision by an arbitration panel. Yes, that was an arbitration-based decision, and hate to say this, but I worked for the landlord on that deal. The next one in 2014, it dropped to 86,000, and in 2016 to 82,000, and that's where it bottomed out. The reason for the dropping is Co-op opened up across the street. Co-op does 9 to 12 million liters a year, sometimes 15, 20 million. Our subject property was at doing the minimum of 3.5 million in the first go around, and it dropped after that. And that's what set the rent rates, period. It's market. It's the value of they call it a cross lease agreement internally. So when you look at rents that are provided, that's the reason to be quite cynical. So when I was asking the assessor questions about the rent, the ones that she has provided are not real estate transactions. They're literages, period. So there's no relationship between the size of the building and the rent it can generate. It's all about how many liters of fuel you sell, because if you sell more fuel, you sell more C-store, you sell more car wash, and those are the profit drivers. The sole exception to this has been 80 Keewatin, which I was the one who appraised it and set the rent for the owners because they're related to each other. And they needed an independent appraiser to set a rental rate. Now I set the rental rate back when it had a laundromat on the site. And that laundromat was demolished in, I believe, 2008, 2009. So that's the rental rate you're looking at from the assessors with the laundromat, the one established by arbitration between two family members by me. So their data is not researched and not accurate. The most accurate is the subject itself. It's been through arbitration 3 times. With ESSO was the driver behind it. They like to arbitrate, and whoever owns it has to deal with it. It's part of the issue. We used the paid rent, which is now at 90,000, and the literage on this is. Sorry, I'm just. I had it here, a breakdown. I believe it's 2.3 million liters. In and around that. You know, I don't want to delay it too long, but the rent is 90,000. Literage is 90,000 divided by 3.5, so 2.5 million liters a year. That's the rent. That's the literage. Co-op across the street, of course, is pumping out 12, 15 million liters and kills them. They're the lowest pumping gas station in the entire quadrant of the city of Winnipeg. And that's how valuations are set on these. I guess we should have just given you this whole thing here because this is all still pertinent. In terms of that, when we look at the paid rent and we just adopt the paid rent, then we can just follow through with the normal deductions to value and carry it through. Now, the only question I would ask here on this is the shortfall, because the buildings are very small in relation to the rent, because most of the rent is generated from the land. So I certainly would not put a shortfall at $19.16 because that's misleading. But it's higher than what the city puts, but it's going to be based on the land rental as well. So in the overall number of things, it might be $1,000 lower in the shortfall. So we may have overstated understated the NOI by about $1,000. On the other side, I didn't prepare this and I didn't put that cap rate in. I can tell you, had I done it, I would have been much higher, and so therefore I'm not changing the value on it. I review these and give you my thoughts and feelings on the subject. I think we were too high in shortfall, but we were much too low on the cap rate for all the reasons you've already heard today, and very, very simply, that is what it is. I mentioned to you earlier that we had several municipal board decisions on it, and I'm just going to read you, and it's contaminated, it's listed, it's a gas station. And earlier when I said about St. Matthews, why wasn't it listed? Because they decommissioned it before the conservation started requiring tank permits and then using them to register. This one was built after. Therefore, everything they do is been tracked by conservation. In regard, oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this. Tanks and pumps were included in the original lease. So why do them on the cost approach? They're already in the rent. Now, the tenants got to replace them over time. The lifespan of underground storage tank is 20 years. Most people today, if they had their choice, would put them above ground, but the city doesn't like the look of that, and it's difficult to get permission to do it. In the country now, you're seeing more above ground tanks. They have a longer life, and they're also cheaper to inspect, which is the key. So with any tank, you're still spending about 20,000 a year to inspect it and monitor it, which you're required to do for conservation. You don't see that deducted from the income. You should. And if you reach the end of your life on your tank, your insurance costs about $100,000 more a year to carry your insurance. Now we're attributing those to the business side of it, but on a true valuation, if you're trying to chase a gas station and you're going to look at contrived rents, then you got to look at the business expenses. We have disregarded them for this valuation and put them on the business income, but the costs are real. And in that particular board, we submitted insurance rates for tanks beyond their life, because this one is at the end of its life. Now it can be extended. It just costs you money to continue. You have higher costs of inspection and higher costs of insurance. And essentially the cost of the insurance is they also like to increase the deductible as well. They just don't like to carry it. So if you turn around and replace them, it's running about $500,000 to $600,000 for a tank overhaul on a 20-year basis. So amortize that, and you are looking at $25,000 a year on replacement reserve. We're not putting that in as a non-recoverable because we're attributing it to the business side. And again, we're trying to be fair as possible and stick with the real estate because these are the hard numbers. Now, the orders that I was going to speak to, one was 03028 in regard to the building on Bury Street, 15 Bury Street. And this was where they had cleanup. They had some metals spillage. They had cleanup. With respect to the issue of the capitalization rate, the board is prepared to increase the capitalization rate to 14%, and at the time it was 12%. To deal with the contamination issue, it appears appropriate to adjust the rate to take into account the fact that the property was contaminated and may continue to be contaminated, and this has resulted in a stigma being attached to the property, resulting in difficulties in obtaining financing and in disposing the property. That was this. These are the two orders, and then the second order was 03041, and this was my case I brought in, and this was a plating plant, and the same issue as well with the plating plant. Both parties submitted evidence on the environmental issues associated with the subject's location on a designated landfill site. The board agrees with the owner's agent that there would be the stigma, risks, and expenses associated with the subject's location, and believes that these would be reflected in a capitalization rate of 12.5%, which at that point was, I think the assessor was asking for 10%. The order on 1688 St. Matthews, I wish I could find it and read it to you, but it says virtually the same thing. I quoted those two orders and changed the rate by 2%. And like I said, the value we're not. One shortfall's too high, but the cap's too low. I'm not changing the value. 987,000 is the market value of this, not the business value, not anything else. Well, I forgot to mention pipes. Yeah, two more things. Pipes and pumps underground have a shorter lifespan than the tanks. They're generally about 7 to 10 years. The pumps are submersible, and they tend to have to be replaced more often. And when the pumps get replaced, so does the piping, because the piping is about I think 2 feet below ground level, and it's required at the time you change the pumps. The question I was trying to get through to is the difference between pumps and dispensers. So a pump is inside the tank and it shoots the fluid up. There's 3 of them, as the assessor pointed out. There are 8 dispenser heads. These are the tanks. This is what people call the pump when they go and grab it. It's not. It's a measuring device with a receptacle for the pump that's generated from below. The Act only states that the devices used to transport the petroleum and the storage facility are accessible. They do not say dispensers are accessible. It's like going to Safeway and said, we'd like to assess you on your cash registers, please. And we have not included them. However, for the record, canopies, canopy could be included. Canopies have a 10-year life. With ESO, you've got to strip that down a minimum every 10 years and redo it. This one's got a plywood top, so it's not really a durable thing. No market value on it because it's a fixture for the business advertising. The pumps have everybody knows this. The last time you put gas in your car, when was the last time they changed their pump heads? It's done often. So they have a very, very short lifespan. So whatever you spend on it is a very quickly depreciating asset. And Marshall and Swift, if you rely on Marshall and Swift for depreciation, you're making an error. It's written in the United States. In the United States, you can buy a used tank. In Canada, you cannot. So you can't have 80% depreciation and sell a used tank. Our act specifically states you pull a tank out of the ground, it gets destroyed. Same with the piping. So the end of your life is the end of your life. It's scrap. And what's the market for a used dispenser head? I mean, there are some rural locations that will buy used dispensers from the urban locations for the point of without the point of sale material. There may be some residual value in those, but that's a dispenser head. That's not even accessible. I have 3 days of material on this, and I've given you the abbreviated version. Thank you very much. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, please. First, page first. Let's establish physical description of improvements. You state that it's gas station and car wash, correct?
That's what it was built as, yes.
Do you know what physical condition reflecting property at January 1st, 2025?
Just 1 second. I'm just trying to remember something about the site. I didn't prepare this. I think the person who did just copied the last one here. Just 1 sec. Yes, they decommissioned the car wash and it's now storage.
So we have a gas station and storage, that's it, at physical improvements?
Well, let's just call it a fuel dispensing station and a convenience store are the improvements.
Just for record, concrete block diminish wall separation, the convenience store from former car wash facility was redeveloped to office space. It's part of a convenience store that was rebranded in January 1st, 2022.
The point of the matter is, if you, I'm seeing if we provided the pictures of that, and if not, no, we didn't provide the pictures. In the municipal board, we had the pictures of it, and then there's some filing cabinets and then storage of point of sale material in it now. For whatever it matters, it's not, it's obsolete space, and it's wasn't, the car wash wasn't profitable.
So it's no car wash, so your description should be correct, not correct. So we have 3,502 square feet of convenience store plus gas pump, correct?
Well, of the convenience store building, which includes some storage at the back, sure.
And do you have any information about market trend for convenience store in the gas barn in your evidence?
No, I don't think we provide any. We did a breakdown of the space in terms of allocation purely hypothetical, and what it was is from the rent of 90,000 working backwards. That's how we'd allocate it to be 18 a foot for the store, 8 a foot for the storage, and 41,000 for pad site rental and pumps and dispensers.
You didn't put additional cost for pumping equipment in your evaluation?
For what improvement?
Gas pump barn, all cost improvements. It's not part of your market evaluation, correct?
Well, as I mentioned, what we didn't include costs of any required changes, nor did we include the monitoring required for the fuel dispensing and or a replacement for reserve. We tended to treat those as related to the business operation, and with the fuel dispensing outfits, the line is you know, people can draw the line wherever they want. This is the way we're supposed to do it, is separate it this way. I'm quite pleased with this valuation. I didn't do it, but I think it's the way it should be done for the real estate component.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Ms. McFadden?
So you're using an actual rent for this amount of space, and I'm assuming that your other parameters here, the recoverables and non-recoverables, are based on actuals. I know you've said you don't totally agree with them, but
Well, yeah, there has to be some form of vacancy, and you know, again, a 5% is a nominal vacancy. A general retail would be the way to do it, and every property needs to have some form of vacancy. I think it's nominal. Non-recoverables are again, the actual non-recoverables with the fuel pump operation are probably 25, 35, I don't know, somewhere around $60,000 a year for the operation.
my question
Yeah,
for you.
we've allocated 4,200, yes.
Yeah, you've done something based on some kind of actuals, except for vacancy, which is some estimate based on on markets, correct?
Yeah, that's yeah. I think that's yeah.
That's the way to characterize it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, can you just repeat to me again what that 5% vacancy, what kind of business that's based on? I think you mentioned something about retail and
yeah.
you're using market reports. I guess.
Well,
I don't quite understand the basis of that, because gas stations, I mean, you don't, there's not a lot of vacancy there.
Well, their vacancy happens when they turn over and they have to be sold. So you're right on that respect. Their vacancy shows up when they get decommissioned. And then then it's a permanent vacancy. So you have to put something there. And any of these additions for adjustment to the NOI are arbitrary. I agree. They're subjective, and personally, I don't think that if you wanted to look at it in any sort of other manner and adjust it, I wouldn't go out on a limb and say any of these are great. They're just something, right? Yeah. Sorry. What neighborhood is this called? West Kildonan? No. Main Street, North Kildonan.
No,
Yeah.
I think it'd be West Kildonan.
Yeah, but there's no category for West Kildonan.
Yeah.
Garden City, maybe.
Perhaps.
Close. 3.7% is the retail. So again, I'm not certainly well, I don't.
I think you got my question, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mann, questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have no questions either. Ms. Shable, would you like a summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of the market value. I personally inspected this property on December 20th, 2023, and physical description of improvements was changed in 2019 when car wash was transferred to office space. It's part of a convenience store today at January 1st, 2020. I look in subject property leases. Original lease was negotiated in 2009 at $23.41, or land lease, $2.27. When this place was rebranded in 2020, was negotiated lease in 2019, February 1st, and $2.50 per square foot for land. It's estimated $25.82 what provided on income expenses mailer. So our estimation subject property rent by model for 3,500 2 square feet was $32.72. Very well supported evidence that provide for another gas station. I provide only 5, but we have more information in our archive. This property owner occupied. For owner occupied property, we usually apply 2% vacancy loss. Expenses 3% in shortfall, $6 per square foot. This information was analyzed through owner-occupied property by analyzing the expenses. Our net operating income $108,513. But if you look in my income expense mailer provided for us on page 11, their net revenue $130,000. So our estimation 108. Net operating income, and they reported 130. So our estimation very support site-specific data just on low range of assessment. Regard additional detached structure value. The real property assessments for gas stations typically include an additional adjustment for pumps, tanks, canopies, because the value of these items are not usually captured, but income approach. It's you can find this in Municipal Order 8-19-1126. The additional value for fixtures pertaining to the storage and sale of gasoline calculated by City of Winnipeg Property Assessment Department in-house computer costing system that is based on provincial cost manual. Those costs represent bundles of associated subcomponents such as pump and piping. So in our estimation, it's additional value of $326,000 should be added capitalized value of subject property. Based off my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is $2,354,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, summation?
Yes, thank you. The valuation of fuel stations is awfully poorly done by most practitioners, and the reason is because there's this confusion between what constitutes the business and what constitutes the real estate. And of course, in our province, then we have to also look at what the act dictates as well. The people who control the rents are the fuel manufacturers, Petro-Canada, Shell, and Esso. They control the rents. The rent is based on fuel. It's 3.5 cents a liter. There's no confusion in that number. And it is exact rate. So in the municipal board we're talking about, the assessor presented us a whole list of Petro-Canada rents. And I paid for and got fuel literage consumption sales at all of the sites. There's a service that provides them. And every one of them worked out to 3.5 cents a liter. And that's how the valuation is done. Now, this particular site is also likely the only one in Winnipeg that's a pure rent of the entire asset base. Most of these are ground rentals, pad site rentals, and there's a marginal sized kiosk. In some cases, the Petros, they were old stations, Petro wanted to dispose of and rented them out for the whole thing. Further confusion, but the 3.5 cents is what set the rental rate for our subject property, the decline in it based on competition and freely negotiated and difficult negotiation. As I think there's been 3, possibly 4 arbitrations on this between the ownership and Esso on it. It's been hard fought out. So if it definitely meets the definition of market value, where both parties acting in their own best interests, that's for sure. And the capitalization rate, of course, is how do you know it's contaminated? It's a gas station. This one is registered. Whichever way this goes, the boards will, any board will, but I don't want to seem presumptuous. I think that the imposition of a discount, additional 2 percentage points, is the right way to go on it. And lastly, the equipment. Yes, the act says you can tax it. Well, how do you tax something that's a fast wasting asset that has to be replaced every 20 years? The value that you put on it, less the cost you have to put away for reserve for replacement, capitalized into value, it's a money losing proposition. There is no value in tanks and pumps and the piping and the dispenser equipment. It's salvage value, a couple $1,000s a head, so that the guy in Melita, just pick that at random, can buy an 8-year-old dispenser head at a discount. You don't create value by taxing it on the cost approach without considering the ramification of replacement reserve and full depreciation. So when the thought was given to putting this in the act, I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe at that time, well, if you look at the date of it, that's the point I was going to make for you. The Municipal Assessment Act was written before the Fuel Petroleum Storage Act, 10 years before it. So 10 years after they wrote the Municipal Assessment Act, they wrote the Fuel Petroleum Storage Act. And in it, they decided you hit 20 years, destroy it. So there's nothing, the people haven't kept up with the times. And I'm sorry that this went so long. It is complex and there's not a lot of money at stake in the long run, but I'd like to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. I propose we take a 10-minute break, come back at 3:55. That works for everyone, please.
Yes.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order. Before we begin, I'll just note that we're halfway through our agenda. It's 4 o'clock. So perhaps we can just be mindful of our time, and if we can, go a little quicker. Okay, we're now dealing with item number 5. This is file number 24-4150, 105 Hebert Street. Ms. Assessor, please begin with your evidence. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
File number 24-4150, roll number 0606048100. We assess 2025 with reference day of April 1st, 2023 at 375,000. The subject property service car or machinery related. It's original built in 1952, located in North St. Boniface, has land area of 24,752 square feet, has plan area 2,950 square feet, gross floor areas 3,742 square feet, and leasable assessed area 3,505 square feet. The subject property showed a lease of $7 per square foot. It's located on page number 3. You can see in the northwest side of the city. It's northeast side of the city if divided by river. It's located North St. Boniface. You can see street view on page number 3. And more photo page number 4. This site along the river. You can see on page number 4, irregular shape. We have two pieces of property. Original built in 1952. It's very old building on page number 5. But it's located still, it's manufacturing zoning. If you see on page number 6, North St. Boniface, along the river, we have manufacturing zoning. This district intend to provide for light manufacturing, processing, service, storage, wholesale and distribution operation, with some limited outdoor operation and storage. The subject property assessed land value of $5,000 and we have leasable area, land area number 7, land area 24,752 square feet. So our assessment at $15.50 per square foot. Let's look on my 6 comparables located in same neighborhood. You can see 501 North St. Boniface, 501 my comparables 1, 2, for comparables 502, it's St. Boniface area. What we will do? Let's look. So my sale showed that average of mean $55.51 on media of $48.48. So $5.51 it will be mean, and $48.48 it's median. Let's look on my comparables on photo 11. On 11 we have a 378 St. Joseph. In 2020 of January 2nd, it was improvements on top during sale, but it was sale like land. My photo on the bottom showed that today it's vacant land. All this improvement will demolish. And this land was cost $38.14 per square foot in 2020. On page 12, same neighborhood like subject property. On page 12, we have another property, 339 Provincia Boulevard, same neighborhood, 501. Sale was with improvements at top of in 2022 on June 30th and $98.02 per square foot. You can see first photo showed during sale, it was residential property. Today completely demolished on bottom. So it's land sale. My comparables on page 13. 513 St. John Baptist, sale in 2020. area 6,378 square feet. It's $56.44. You can see my first photo under table showed that it was improvements on top. It was residential. Today it's commercial. You can see bigger improvements on top of land for redevelopments. My another property on page 14, 547 Desma Rose, sale in 2021 for $14.51. It was improvements during sale, but it was demolished and built brand new improvements. So it's redevelopment sale of land. On page 15, 340 Enfield Crescent, sale in 2020 at $39.42. During sale, it was small improvements, but it was demolished, and today it's another improvements. So it's land sale redevelopments. In my last comparables on page 16, 316 Desma Rose, sale in 2021 for $16.24. During sales, it was old improvements, it was demolished, and on bottom page, it's new improvements. So it's land redeveloped sale. We're going back to my summary page number 7. So all my comparables showed that our assessment on $15.50 per square foot for land, it's low range of assessment and should be confirmed. Based off my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject properties in $375,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, questions for Ms. Shable? You are muted.
Sorry, this is the one I didn't get, so I just sent an email out a few minutes ago to see if I could get a copy of this.
It did send, it's.
Yeah, we're kind of, transmission is a bit on the slow end here. No,
About a minute ago, left my inbox.
yeah. I didn't want to interrupt because let's get rolling. There's a hockey game tonight I want to watch. Well, I have a question while we're waiting. Maybe the secretary can answer this, or Zach, you're working today, right?
Sorry?
Just a question for you. I got a hearing tomorrow morning,
Uh-huh.
and I got a 15-1 I'm supposed to sign. And I have to go to the printer and sign it and scan it and the rest of that crap. If I do it later in the day and you get it before the hearing opens tomorrow morning, is that good enough time?
Yes, I can process it before the hearing.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. As long as the information checks out on our system, that's all.
Yeah, no, it was Aaron had worked something out with an assessor and he just sent it to me for signature because he's off somewhere else. And so, okay. I'm trying to do a bunch of things at once. Still nothing. Let me just think here.
Also, Mr. Neufeld, one of the front desk girls who's tuned in right now, she's informed me that in the original email that we did, evidence exchange, it should be in there.
Really? Okay,
Correct.
you have a date? What would that be under?
We would have sent that to you.
Oh, never mind. I've got it here. I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Yep, of course, no problem.
Okay, and I've never seen this before, but that's fine. Okay, so the first question was, the valuation then is done as if it were vacant? Is that?
It's
how-
a default to land value. It's a
Land
land value. If in this case, income approach doesn't make sense, it's a model just apply land value. But it's very low range, $15.50 per square foot.
Okay, and I'm looking at the picture on page 4. The land value are I can't exactly make this out. The bold purple lines are the subject?
Yes, correct. It's two piece of property.
Right. So it's the one parcel that's on the river, and then the half of the parcel that's on Taché.
Correct.
And that's a rail right away between it, correct?
No, it's
It is.
it's
It's
city property. I don't see railway,
a former rail right of way.
but it's it's part of city
Okay.
property.
Okay, and sorry, when you did the valuation of this, and I'm just looking at the sales that are listed, page, oh, here we go. Page 7, these all appear to be residential. Is that correct?
It's a residential, commercial property close to the subject property in this area.
Okay, so these are, and the zoning for all of these is a mix of single family, multifamily, duplex, commercial. Is that
Correct.
correct? And the
Correct.
subject, what is the subject zoning?
Subject zoning and manufacturing. That's why our all this mix property, residential and commercial showed at least $50 per square foot. We assess $15.50.
So M2 is the zoning. Now, did you investigate whether any of these uses are permissible in M2 zoning?
I look for land value. For me,
I
50.
I understand, but you have used sales on residential-based properties. Are these uses permissible on, and I can give you a reference point to look at in
If you,
the evidence I have, but that's mine. But is an apartment or a single-family home permissible in M2 zoning?
today it's M2 general zoning. We can see on page number 6 what zoning allow this district intend to provide for light manufacturing, processing, service, storage, wholesale distribution operation with some limited outdoor operation and storage.
Your comparables, they're all based on a usage of residential use then?
Residential and commercial. That's why this land costed around $50 per square foot. This is manufacturing. That's why at our assessment $15.50 per square foot.
Okay, you could do without the editorializing because that's just argument, but did you check what these were all developed for, any of them?
If you look on page 11 through 16, I posted a bottom page of each page, what happened with this property after
Oh,
sale.
okay, sorry, what page was that?
11.
11. Oh, okay, you have them individually. So I was looking particularly at Desmiron. So that is a duplex that was put on that site? Is that correct?
What property we looking into?
547 Desmiron?
547 and page 14, yes, correct.
Okay. And the other one I wanted to look at was, I believe, the last sale on 316 Desmiron. What was
316 Desmaral. On page 16, we have huge improvements right now on top.
and what is that?
It's showed that land was redeveloped, previous building was demolished and built new. I looking on land sale prior to reference date, it was sale in 2021.
So can you confirm that that is a multi-use facility? First floor appears to be commercial and the upper floors are all apartments. Is that right?
Possible. I don't
Okay.
have street view because it's
Okay.
post-reference. For me, very important to prove that it was redeveloped.
And did you consider the building restrictions on the site? The setback from the river?
If you look on page on page 4, we can see that yes, to the side to the river, at least 3 meters, we're not allowed build anything. It's
Yeah, what are those setbacks? Do you
I
know
don't
them?
I don't know 100%, but it's around 3 meters usually along river. It's belong to province.
Well, there's a
We're not
setback
allowed setback.
from the normal summer water line on the Red River. Do you know what that setback is?
I don't know specifics.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the city of Winnipeg has a plan overlay for the Red River in this Provencher district for redevelopment to public use. Will they approve development when it interferes with their plan for a walkway?
I don't know answer.
Okay. When with the size that of 30 land area, 24,000 square feet, did you determine what the yield might be?
What does mean yield?
Well, you're building apartments everywhere. What would the yield be? Do you know?
My assessment by land area per square foot, cost of land area per square foot.
Can you tell me?
I don't use these units of estimation.
Can you tell me with quite clearly whether you know that for certain that any land sale for an apartment in the city of Winnipeg has ever been sold on a rate per square foot?
All land sale rate per square foot. If you look on my comparables on page number 7, I have residential and I have commercial property. We're looking for land area per square foot during sale.
So you've never been involved in a transaction where the rate's been on how the value's been determined then, have you?
No, it's
Okay.
not part of our land sale comparables estimation.
Page 4 is a picture of it. Now, the setback in M2 is 25 feet on the front. How would you describe that on the subject property? Where will that setback be placed on? Now, as I understand, it's been given a street address of Hebert. So does that, should we consider that the front street for setback?
Subject property located between Rue Hembera and Taché. I don't know answer.
But the address is Hebert, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you calculate how much the demolition of the building would cost?
All my comparables has some improvements at top. Usually demolition between 10-50,000 per square foot compared to 4 million. It's peanuts.
Have you done that calculation on your land?
Yes, I came across demolition permits between 10 to 15,000.
I'm looking. I don't see that on your sales.
I didn't post it on my information.
Okay.
They pay $38.40, to example, for comparables on page 11, 38, St. Joseph, plus they pay extra money to demolish. It's not part of sale.
And the site is leased to a third party. Have you considered the cost of canceling the lease?
No, I assess at land value. Model switch to land value only.
Are okay. Thank you. Those are those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Mann, do you have questions for the assessor?
Just with respect to the total area, the land area is 24,752 square feet. That is the sum total of the two parcels that are depicted on page 4 of your photograph?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have not. Oh, sorry. Has there been any allowance for the square footage of the right of way, or is that not included?
It's not part of in our cost approach of land.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden?
Yeah, just a quick question, on your page 2, I believe you're showing a net lease of $7 per square foot, which is what the model rejected. But it looks to me as though the lease end date says 2025. Is that, am I reading?
Correct. And they showed that leasable area only 3,000 square feet, but gross floor area of this building 3.7 thousand square feet. So it's
Okay,
and this lease going from 1993.
yeah, okay, thank you.
My question, and I don't even know how to frame this, but this parcel is split into two.
Correct.
And you indicated it's divided by this right of way.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the access to that small little parcel?
You can see on page number 4, you can access from Hibbert through major site or from
Okay, so the piece that's, it's hard to tell. There, it looks like there's a faint purple line
faint,
around that's around a second or a third parcel. Is that part of the other bigger piece or the other smaller piece, or are they separate?
property of 851 Taché, it's another separate property.
Okay, so to access that small piece, they'd have to come into that big parcel, cross, I think you called it a city of Winnipeg,
From Hibbert Street, yeah.
from Hebert. So they have to go into Hebert and then cross that city-owned piece, correct?
Correct, but it's no fence. You can see on page number 5, they can use it, but they cannot build anything on this part.
They can't build anything on that part?
Yeah, on this small
or
line, yeah.
Because it's too small, or why?
Because it's not belong to property.
Okay, I'm confused. There's
No, I talk about
in the dark purple, that's part of the main parcel, correct?
correct.
And the other piece belongs to a different property owner.
Subject property has 2 pieces. If
Okay,
you look on page number 4,
yeah, that's what I'm
first
looking
by
at.
the river and on north, we have another piece.
Yes,
They
access-
divided by line. It's doesn't belong property line,
right,
but they can cross, can drive through. And on corner of Hibbert and Taché, 851, it's completely different property,
yes.
roll number.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Neufeld.
Sorry, Lynn,
Yes,
could I just clarify something with the assessor?
yes, of course.
That property at 851 looks as though it's a residential property, is that correct?
It's possible, but it's still located in manufacturing zoning. If you look on page number 6, like subject property, but it's look like residential property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Well, I don't know why I didn't get this on time, and if it's our fault, sorry. I'm going to give you a bit of verbal information that had I got it early, I already would have put in print. This land on the Provencher area, the city has outlined a plan that has a series of walkways that go, I think they go from where the Provencher Bridge is, perhaps further south, and they go all the way to Louise Bridge, and on both sides of there. Many developers have attempted to develop the river properties, and they've always been blocked because the city wants a dedication. They want their path dedicated to them, and it's killed a lot. Now, in the case of a small property like this, it would be fatal. The other issue with this is that the setback is essentially 200 feet. Most all structures are at least 200 feet, and then within 300 feet, you have to prove foundation, that you have a stable foundation. The current building is 150 feet from the normal summer water line. We've been through this before. Every single time I have to bring in an appeal, we have to inform it. Now, this is a legal non-conforming use. Because the legislation on the river setbacks is came in many years after this building was erected and allowed to be built, and there have been waivers granted to this or for certain buildings, and those are the ones who demonstrated that they had a foundation plan that went at least I think it's down to the bedrock. So an expensive foundation, you can avoid it. So you've raised the cost of your project. That line that passes through it is an old rail right of way. It might be owned by the city, but it's not owned by the subject. And I don't think we should consider that the assessor's advice to people to trespass is acceptable. We don't encourage anybody to trespass. The orphan piece on Taché does not have legal access, and it would have to be requested, and were it to be requested, I don't know if it's large enough to build a single family lot on or to do anything. Generally, in cases like this, they can use that area to determine the density of multifamily. That's about it. And so there's some advantage to it only on that basis. However, if you review the zoning on this, and this is page 18 of my report, household living, dwelling multifamily, dwelling single family, dwelling two family, none of that's permitted in any M zone at all. So the assessor's workup is completely useless. You cannot build any of the comparables listed have all been for dwellings. It's not permitted in M2 zoning. So you need a zoning change. Now, what that means is we now have an additional obstacle. So we have to go to the city and ask for three things. We need a zoning change. We need to deal with your request for riverback frontage, and we want you to approve a building that may be within the 200 feet. So what developer in their right mind is going to take on a job like this? Nothing's going to happen on this. Now, what could possibly happen, and I've been working on this property for a long time, and also with some of the other properties on Taché that have similar issues, if someone were to get the three other titled properties under their control, there is possible to build an improvement on the Taché frontage and use the rearage for establishing their density. That way they could put in more units, and that means buying the house and buying the land from the city. So we don't assess based on dreams. well, it is stuck where it is, and that is 1952 service building. And until such time as someone can change the zoning, the assessors work up the model. I don't know why the model thought it should go to vacant land. I guess maybe it needs a little more of that brand new artificial intelligence, because they would have told it you can't do that. They are worked up on our page 1. Yeah, that rent is $7 a square foot, not $5 a square foot, and I apologize for that. So I just want to propose a different value to you if I could. And since I just, where did I put this? Okay. In addition, the capitalization rate is probably not something that you would use for this, because I think as an industrial building, the cap rate would be as indicated. As a prospective development, on a long-term outlook, there probably the value is going to be in the land once you get the zoning change, once you get those obstacles, not today, but eventually. And so that shouldn't be as aggressive as that, and neither should the cost to hold it on the shortfall side, because it's never been really highly assessed. You notice when the workup on it, you put utilities at $270 a foot. Well, it doesn't have air conditioning, so that's wrong. So I'll tell you what I'm doing on this. I've just got it open, and I'm changing a bunch of things on it. And if you want me to repeat them as I go through it, I'm doing this
Yes,
free.
please.
If I'm doing this freehand, so I don't know where it's going to end up.
Okay.
So $5 goes to $7. Next, the shortfall, I'm going to 4. And then lastly, the cap rate is, this is a toughie. I'm trying to think about this. The alternate use is there. It's probably 10 to 15 years outside, and it's going to have to get somebody to put the project together. But it's in land. So you're going to be stuck earning this for a while. I'm going to suggest to the high end of the B class industrial, and that's 7.5. That my total value is 239,380, rounded to 239,000.
Okay, so let me just reiterate the changes that you made. You changed the rent to $7. You change your shortfall rate to $4 and the cap to 7.5.
Actually, I'm going to make one more change. Although
Okay.
I completely disagree with the city's non-recoverables, let's be reasonable. You're not going to spend any money on non-recoverables on this property. So I've wiped that out and changed it to the city 3%, which is $599. So my new NOI is 18752. And I don't know how this worked out, but it's exactly, $250,000.
Okay, your revised number is $250,000.
Yeah,
That is based on the $7 rent,
yeah.
$3 expenses, $4.
3% expenses and
I'm sorry, 3% expenses, $4 shortfall, and a
Yeah.
cap of 7.5.
correct.
Okay, and your new NOI you indicated is 18,752.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do you have more to add to your presentation?
Yeah, I mean, some of my experience, I don't know if anybody remembers the development down the street on Taché, where the city sold some land to a developer and thought he's going to put up all these units on the river. The city supported it, sold them city land, part of this old rail right away, but then forgot that the homeowners had the right, prescriptive easement right, and they had already built over city lands. And they use the yield from the assumed lands to do it. There's incredible neighborhood opposition to development here, the people who live here. So whatever, if I suspect in the long run that it'll be a civic development, with the city expanding the parklands and buying the land out. But it's M2, and at that rate, we're talking about looks like around $10 a square foot, 430,000 an acre. I think that's probably what you'd have to put the value on, unless you were allowed to change the zoning. That's yes.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden?
Mr. Neufeld, this is across the street from the Pointe Bear residential development, is that correct? With all brand new housing that's on the other side of the street?
Aside, the other side of Hebert?
Yeah. No, the other side of Taché, like when you go.
Oh, yeah. You mean on the
Pointe Bear?
east side of Taché, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of multifamily there. That's right.
Multifamily or brand new single family residential?
Well, there's a mix. Like the rearage lots, I think, are single family, but the I'm thinking a bit further south on the Polo Code. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. There's been some extensive development. I'm looking. What? I'm just looking at Google Street here. I don't do a lot of single family work. What is the big silo there? Is that gone? Okay.
I haven't ridden there for a while, but.
Yeah. There's been some permissible redevelopment, and where the blockages come in is on the riverfront land. The property I'm mentioning to you about it's exactly south of this lot is the disputed land where there was a developer who wanted to put in a multifamily, and the owner of 843 Taché put a big sign in his front yard. And right beside the sign that said new condos coming soon, he put a sign that said, no, they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
No, I don't have any questions at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I have no questions either. Ms. Shable, would you like to do a summation? And if you
No.
could, can you please keep it brief?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, it is what it is, and it's going to stay that way until someone does some sort of zoning changes, and they will not any sort of belief that they can make them happen is misplaced, and it'll stay what it is until for a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 5. Moving on to item number 6. This is file number 24-3972 with 74 Marion Street. Ms. Shable?
Thank you. Roll number 0603191610. Visit assessed 2025 with reference date April 1st, 2023 at 4,669,000. The subject property, it's a service, auto service related. Original start to build in 1999 through addition in 2017. Our effective
Sorry, could you also just state the file number as well?
file number 24-3972.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The subject property, one-story building, located in M3 manufacturing heavy and neighborhood 539 Stockyard. Land area of 81,983 square feet. Plan area, gross floor area and leasable area 29,880 square feet. On page number 2, we have income expenses mailer provided. We showed the 20,000 paid monthly. I divide by leasable area, give us a rent of $8.03. On subject on page number 3, started air photo in street view. The subject property located southeast, one-story building. Street view on page number 3. More air photos on page number 4, 5 showed that it's a regular shape of the land, and it's a zoning on page number 6. It's manufacturing heavy. This district intend to provide for light and heavy industrial development, including heavy manufacturing, storage, major freight terminal, waste is salvage, resource extraction, processing, transportation, major utilities, and other related uses. Particular tools that required very large building, frequent heavy truck traffic for supply and shipment, or that may require substantial mitigation to avoid sound, noise, or outdoor impact to neighboring properties. Our assessment on page number 7, market income, we did assess 29,880 square feet at $11.14. I did look, and on same page on bottom, I provide 4 comparables located closest to the subject property, and only second comparables has commercial zoning, 3 of comparables has industrial zoning. It showed average $22 per square foot. Let's look on my comparables photos. It started on page 13. My first comparable 165 Innsbruck Drive. It's a industrial property. Was rent for $28.79 over 15,000 square feet. It's a one-floor building with second one-floor building, but high. Another comparables on page number 14. Also 1817 Kings Edward industrial area. Rent in 2019 for $10.15. On page 15, comparables 2405 Pembina. It's old building 1967. Rent around 12,000 square feet and $15.28. Comparables on page 16, 84 Scarfield. Rent on around 16,000 square feet at $11.92. My comparables on Free Larson Crescent for around 9,000 square feet at $28.94. So we came back on page number 7. My comparable showed that rent for this type of property between $11 to $28. We assess it's $11.40, give us potential rent $332,863. We did apply 2% vacancy loss across all service garages, 3% not recoverable expenses, $6 per square foot for vacant space, give us net operating income of $312,834. Model generate 6.7% capitalization rate, give us estimation of $4,669. On page 19, I provide the 2025 property assessment notice following by appeal. Based on evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property is $4,669,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Just, did you look, you've provided some information that the subject was leased at $8.03 a square foot.
Yes, it's estimated. Yeah, correct.
And did you, consider this at all?
No, it's model generate $11 per square foot.
Okay. And,
Because this lease was negotiated in 1990. It's how many? 30 years before reference date?
how could that be when it wasn't built till 1999?
Maybe I'm wrong. 1999. It showed 90s. Okay, Thrice 1999. Thank you for correction.
Well, no, but okay, so you didn't look at it any more than that?
No, because when you look on page number 2 on shows the negotiated in the 90s, so in building built in 1999. So it's when lease started.
You- uh, Sorry, these are your assumptions, correct?
It was provided to us.
These are your assumptions. Did anyone state to you what you've told me?
If you look on page 11, income expenses mailer, they showed that they have a fully occupied net lease at 240,000.
Yes,
Interest paid by tenants because no utilities posted there. So it's clean net lease. If you divide 2040 na square
page 7.
on
Uh,
29, 880. Yeah, it's $8 per square foot reported. Correct.
Page 7, was this all prepared by the model?
Correct.
And in your modeling, what is this described at? Here it's vehicle service garage. What category does it fit into your model? Is it an industrial category or a retail category?
It's going to office category standalone service repair garage.
Office?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you know if your modelers have any actual capitalization rate sales of auto body shops?
I don't have this information. But if you look on our page 9, the city, the decapitalization rates are further supported by.
Yeah, I don't need any more to ask than
Okay,
that. I have
so
one
we
question.
analyze all existing sale across the city
And
to provide a stable
what's
capitalization.
what is the how does the 2% that's used for vacancy? Do you know what's in that? What type of properties are in there?
It's a 2% of the single tenants occupy properties and service garages across the city. We apply 2% to be consistent and fair.
Your rents listed below all exceed the model. Of what value are they then?
My lease on 84 Scarfield at $11.92. It's low range how our assessment going. Rent, low range of rent, $11 per square foot. It's supported by my evidence.
Your leases were written, or according to you, between 2005 and 2014, all predating the reference date by at least 9 years. How do you figure that they captured the market?
I try to find lease and industrial zoning close to the subject property and area around 10,000 square feet and more. How I provided selected these leases.
Why
Most
don't you
of the
have,
time, this type of property owner occupied. That's why we treasure any lease information provided to us.
why don't you have
But
any?
all this net number prior to 2022 reported to us. Most of these leases was step up
Why don't you have any leases from the neighborhood?
because I didn't find.
So are you saying that across the street from IKEA or in the neighborhood of Linden Woods, that Linden Ridge, it's comparable to beside the meatpacking industry in St. Boniface?
I was selected for zoning industrial. You can see my first comparables, North Industrial, my first comparable Fort Garry Industrial, and Tuxedo Industrial. So I was looking for industrial type of property leases, similar to usage like subject property, and they showed between $11 to $28 per square foot. Our assessment low rent,
On
low range.
number 2, 2405 Pembina, did you include the percentage rent in that?
No,
Do you know what the percentage rent is?
I don't know. They have lease for 12,000 square feet at $50.28.
And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Mann, questions for the assessor?
I do, Ms. Shable, this is classified as a vehicle service garage.
Correct.
Now,
Or car related.
car related, okay, this is more along the lines of an auto body shop, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, the comparables that you have are vehicle service garage rent comparables. Are any of those solely auto body repair shops? Or are they all vehicle service garages?
On service garage and body shop all together, most of them.
So they're combined.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Ms. McFadden?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, nor do I. Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. Body shop, it was built in 2 stages. It's east side and it's owner occupied. I did the appraisal for him when he was going to get his financing, as well as he had some partners in here, so we had to set up a book rent. So that was the number I provided. It was based on several operations across the city, including one of his other body shops that he rents on Moray, which the rental rate was $7 a square foot. And below, and I can't even read this here, we have some auto related services, and these are all around the city, starting on page 4, ranging from $6.85 a foot to $12 a foot. And you can see where you're on a main artery, or if you have a chain operation, your rents are going to be higher than if you're not. Then on page 5, there are more rents, and these they're rather faint. 120 King Edward, the Boyd, is at $8.50, and wow, it started in 2018, which is 4 years more recent than any the assessor has. A couple of the other body shops we looked at, I'd mentioned the Fountain Tire. We put some in there where we knew that they weren't a lease owned by Treadmark, their holding company, and there's one at $13 on that's downtown, of course, so that's going to be much higher. Another one of interest is number 9 and 231 Oak Point. That's a former auto dealer, or sorry, motorcycle dealer that was repurposed for used cars, $7 a foot. I'm sorry, some of the auto repair shops down 16, 17, 18. Uh, and the following page, this is a rather just a very large library of auto-related shops that we had looked at. Oh, there's a PV Mart in here. Well, that's gone. And as a result, now the one I was mentioning, the body shop on Moray, is not in this list at $7. The body shop the assessor brought up, of course, I was involved with the transaction, and there was money for redevelopment from the hatchery to a body shop. So the rent's going to include some work on it, so that's not a clean lease, and it's in a nicer neighborhood for the use. This is meatpacking area, the former meatpacking area. Oh, still some there. It's a very large footprint. It's a very, very basic building. It's there's nothing these days that's really special about auto body shops that's taxable. They're not like the ventilation equipment is now all self-contained units that you put in for the spraying, and the straighteners, there's not a lot of lifts anymore. Any straightening is usually portable machines with chains, because everything's unibody these days. And they're primarily workstations and paint booths. None of it which is it contributes to the value of the building, and it's an M3 zoning. So, consider a replacement use for it. Would Goodyear Tire move there? Not unless they were selling industrial tires for tractors and semi-trailers, and that would be a different usage. And that gives you a flavor to the idea of when you're looking at valuation. $8 a foot, 5% vacancy, which is just rather generic if you don't know what vacancy to put in because it crosses the lines. We've been putting in 5%. The NOI 201,191 for cap rate. Looking at Collier's on the actual corrected one, which is on page one we're going to use is Q4 2022 in industrial class B 6.5 to 7.5, and it's not. Of course, it's B, but it's where do you fit in B? We picked at the higher end of the B because it's service related, a little bit harder on the building than a pure warehouse, and investors aren't thrilled about owning auto body shops. There's more action on the warehouse side than there is on the service or manufacturing side. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Shable, questions for Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, please. You would state that $8 per square foot it's book rent, correct? You help to set up for a owner.
I said that in reference to your information. Yes.
In this case, you don't use any market evidence how much this place would be rent for.
Well, very recently I did the valuation for the owner to set the book rent at market value at $8. I don't think there's a reason to change my mind for a different purpose.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. McFadden?
I have no question, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
And I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, Mr. Neufeld, on your page 5, this is the automotive.
Right.
There's a whole mix of types of properties in here, but can you confirm for me which ones of these are the auto body shops similar to this property? Boyd, I think you mentioned.
Yeah, the Boyd on King Edward is a larger one in a trucking neighborhood. It's an older building, but they don't really care, and like that's irrelevant. 850. Trying to think what the other auto bodies. Okay, you have South Glen Collision on Sanford. It's a smaller site at 933. I'm just trying to remember.
Is Southside Auto a body shop?
Okay, south side, which one was that?
Index 5.
555. 2479. No, it's auto repair.
Okay.
Is that on our docket today?
Pardon me?
Is that on our docket today?
No.
Okay. I think the owner of this bought that post after the rent was set. It's a basic automobile repair.
Okay. Okay. So those are the only two then? Auto repair, when you talk about auto repair, you mean like service garages, they fix all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
mechanical stuff compared to a body shop, which is
correct.
collision repair and paint.
As I said, I don't do much of these anymore in terms of getting the evidence together, but I had a whole list of them.
That's okay.
No,
You just
for example, the assessor brought in 2405 Pembina, which was the old Southwood Chevrolet. That's not the right rent. That's got a percentage rent in it, and I was working for Boyd on that one as well. There are a couple of others here that I'm aware of. And when I did the appraisal for the owner of this one, I quoted them. Sorry.
Nope, that's quite all right. I have no additional questions. So Ms. Assessor, would you like a summary statement?
Yes,
Can you make it short, please?
yes. Our
Thank
job here
you.
today is to analyze the market evidence, determine the best conclusion of the market value. My opinion of market supported by least comparables that showed range between 11 to 28. In our assessment, it's low range of rates. Agent owned evidence on Pembina, 619 Pembina, 3680 Pembina show $12.75 or $12.50. It's very well supported our $11.40 per square foot. Based off my evidence analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is $4,669,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Of course, location is a factor here, and putting a very large auto body shop in an M3 neighborhood is you again get the opportunity to put the body shop up with fewer restrictions from the city when you're in M3, but you put yourself at some distance from your user. I've actually used them for a repair on my car, and it's not really convenient, and you're going to get one if the other place I brought my car was 3 blocks from my house. I didn't really want to bring it there, but it was the convenience factor, and that's what goes into decision making on from the end user. This is not a great location, and it's a industrial building, and I think we should look past that. It's just an industrial building, and nothing special about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That will conclude item number 6. Okay. Moving along to item number 7. This is file number 24-3676, 295 Archibald. And I see, Ms. Assessor, you requested that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation.
Correct.
Okay, then can you please read in the file number, role, and address, and then speak to us regarding the non-co-op, please.
Thank you. File number 24-3676. Roll number 060501450000. Property located at 295 Archibald Street. The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for not cooperation. Section 53, 3B of the Municipal Assessment Act. And if reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows Section 54, 3.2 of Municipal Assessment Act. On page number 16, We have signature for our second request for LP 661166835C8. It's reference number that what was received on page number 17 on June 12 at 12:16 p.m. On page 18 showed that we sent first letter on April 13, 2023. We following letters on page 19 and June 9, 2023 with reference number LP 661166835C8. And we request information on page number 2021 by June 30th, but we don't receive. That's why I asked to transfer burden of proof to the applicant for not cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, questions on the non-cooperation request?
Yes, I'm looking at I downloaded this from the city's website on the history here, and this, I take it, is the one that was for the income year of 2022 and sent out in 2023. There is information listed here on a net operating income of $23,104. How could you put this in your system if you didn't have a mailer?
On page
I
I don't
should
have this
forward it.
information because from page 16
Mhm.
to 21, it's what in our file. We didn't receive any information from the owner.
Okay, I'll just, sorry, and I just got this recently, and I should have forwarded in response, but I'm just going to forward what I received.
When we receive any
Mr.
information,
Neufeld, that would be new evidence.
Well,
So
no,
we
it's
would have-
it's response to an accusation, right?
the assessor is just presenting what's available to her.
Yeah, but we don't know until we get the accusation, and we don't always get it right away. So I'm sending it in, and look at it or don't look at it. At least I filed it, and then
We will be considering whether or not we will accept it.
that's fair. That's fair. But it is.
Feel free to speak to it, however.
No, it's fine. No, I just you know, there's a pay site, or not a pay site. There's a private login site. So we obtained the owner's private ID number, and we went in there to look for it, just to see the history, and it's marked that it was not sent, and there was no receiving date. But under net operating income, there's input. So that was my only question. How can you say you didn't receive it, but somebody's put data in there? And this isn't, by the way, an assessment holding place zone. This is a reporting thing for when people fill out their things. And if you look at the history in this, yeah, there's a bad history here. But for every year where there's an input, except for this one, they have listed it as being received. So I'm just puzzled how this thing works.
for 2022, we didn't receive information. If we receive, we usually put stamp date of receiving. It's never happened. Thank you.
Anything further to question?
Nope.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden,
I have no questions.
Mr. Mann,
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
thank you. And Mr. Neufeld, you've already made a statement. Would you like to add to it?
No, nothing to add. If you look at it, great. If you don't, that's the way it works. But as I said, my understanding of this is that this is a tracking system, and where there's been an input on net operating income, it has to come from somewhere. But yet they're saying it hasn't been received. So I guess the, you know, somebody entered something somewhere and, that's all.
May I add that on page number 2, we have request for information, response received. You can see we didn't receive information in 2021. We
Thank
didn't
you,
receive in
Michelle.
2022 as well.
Thank you. You've already presented, Ms. Shagel, so thank you. Okay, we will go in camera and make our decision. Thank you very much. Panel has considered the late evidence submitted by Mr. Newfeld and determined it does not have adequate information to indicate that the request for the 2022 income and expense information was complied with. So we will be granting the assessor's request for non-cooperation. And Mr. Newfeld, that means the burden of proof falls to you.
Sorry, it just means we'll get out of here quicker. We'll ask for it to be confirmed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newfeld. Okay, then that will conclude item number 7. Moving on to our final item today, item number 8, file number 24-4249. This is 2741 Pembina Highway. Ms. Shable, you may begin and you are muted. Thank you.
File number 24-4249, roll number 03061428100, property located at 2741 Pembina Highway. We did assess 2025 with reference date at April 1st, 2023 at $2,035,000. The subject property vehicle service related, original built in 1978 through 1987. Located on land area of 28,427 square feet, plan area 8,700 square feet, and gross floor area in leasable area 9.9 thousand. The subject property, you can see it's owner occupied, so it's we don't have subject lease found. On page number 3, started air photo and street view. The subject property located southwest side of the city. It's one and two floors building, located on Rombal side of land. If you look on page number 4, more street view on page number 5, occupied by facade outer body. And located C2 commercial community. So we did assess subject property, assess market income on page number 7. We assess 9,900 square feet at $14.29 per square foot. On same page on the bottom, I provide several evidence about rent for this type of property. It showed average $20.26, weight average all property together $19.87, and media $20.41. We assess just over $14 per square foot. Let's look on my comparables. It started on page 14. My first comparables, you can see in 340 Pembina, rent for $90.83 for 5.4 thousand square feet. It's a one floor building, service garage, another service garage on 555 Pembina Highway for 4,339 square feet at $24.89. My comparables on page 16, 484 St. Mary, original built in 1960, 4,000 square feet, rent at $14.29. You can see this rent start in 2020, 2 years before reference day. On page number 17, it's very similar to subject property. On page 17, I have two comparables on 232 sentence and 226 sentence. So on property, we have two buildings. In one building, we have rent of 2,000 square feet at $26.21. And another building, 3,864 square feet, rent at $19.83. Rent was negotiated in the 2022, prior, very close to reference date. My comparables on page 18, 518 Archibald, building built in 1988, like subject property, lease for 6,000 square feet at $14 per square foot. My comparables on page number 19, 20 Lakewood Boulevard, built in 1978, close, same like subject property, 8,000 square feet, rent for $22 per square foot. It's August 2022. My comparables on page number 20, it's 107 Vermilion Drive, building built in 1998, rent in 2022 at $21 per square foot for over 5.5, close to 5.5 thousand square feet. My comparables on, it's Lancer comparable, stop for now. So my comparable showed weight average $19.87 per square foot. And we assess it's $14.29 per square foot. That give us potential rent of $141,471. We apply vacancy loss 2%. Expenses free, not recoverable 3% per square foot, and shortfall for vacant space $6 per square foot, but to be consistent and fair across this type of properties, give us net operating income of $134,295. Model generate capitalization rate of 6.55%. They give us estimation of $2,045,000. And my brief, on page 11, I was looking how much this land cost. You can see that a subject property located at 638 Richmond West. I try to find land around 600. Neighborhood close to the subject property, and all commercial like subject property. If subject property over 28,000 square feet, my comparables between 11 to 30,000 square feet, and they showed average or mean $76.29 and median $75.91. On top of the page, we can see assessed value of $2,032,000. If we divide by land area, 28,427 square feet, it shows $71.59 per square foot, like one value. So all my income approach and land value confirmed by my comparables. On page 12 and 13, income expense mailer provided for us. It's fully owner occupied space. They showed some annual expenses, what we analyze for owner-occupied space to create our, to put our model for not recoverable expenses, shortfall. It's very important for us. On page 21, land area, you can see that 1225 Pembina land was sold in 2021 with small improvements on top at $58.50. It's now big improvements. It was redeveloped. 624 Academy on page 22 was sold old improvements in 2021 at $71.83 per square foot. Now new developments. On page 23, 35 Kilkbridge, Sale in 2021 at $94.82. It's sale like vacant land, like a parking and still parking, vacant land. And my last comparables on 380 Osborne, sale in 2018 with one improvements, all improvements that were demolished, and now we can see new improvements at $79.99. All my comparable has zoning commercial like subject property, very close to the subject property. My brief following on page 25 with 2025 property assessment, following by appeal. Based of my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property is $2,035,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Neufeld, questions for the assessor? And you are muted.
Okay. Yeah, the first question has to do with the dimensions of it. I have been looking at the city database and measured it myself just with aerial photography. And I see that the floor plate, the plan area seems to be around 7,700 square feet, 7,500 square feet, I should say. Were there any additions on this?
It's a plan area. If you look on page number 1, play area for building 8,700 square feet. We assess 9,900 and showed that they have second or mezzanine floor.
Okay, that's you're just reading from your thing. I'm telling you, I think there's a mistake here.
It's our records.
Your records, which I have a copy of from the commercial database, do not indicate that. They actually indicate that the plan area is 7,500 square feet. And then that with the upper area, I guess it's that mezzanine level, it comes to 8,700. And then I went to Google Earth and remeasured, and that's exactly what I came up with.
If you have proof evidence that Elizabeth area incorrect, I will be investigate further and do adjustment for our records, how we maintain our records.
I'm just
Proof
wondering,
it's wrong, and I will be looking into.
can you have the ability to just do a quick review of your building sizes right now?
You have any questions?
Ms.
You-
Shable, he asked you a question.
Our record showed 9,900 square feet.
So you don't have the ability to check on it right now in your building property attributes section?
No, we don't have time. It's already overtime going on.
Okay.
Like I already say, if you provide new information, I will be looking to update our records.
That's
How we maintain property.
and the ceiling height that's listed at 17 feet, is that an outside measurement?
It's 70 feet wall heights, like a master suite.
Outside or inside?
It's a plan showed 17 feet per square foot.
Okay, the building has a peaked roof, and I wanted to know if the 17 feet is at the top of the peak, the side of the peak, or if it's an inside measurement. Do you know the answer to that?
Our record showed 17 feet height of building.
Okay. So you don't know the answer, what I was looking for, that's fine. In terms of all this land information, is it being used to value the site?
It's evaluated on income approach, but I step further and check how much this commercial land costed, and showed that just without improvements, our assessment up to date, very close.
Are you relying on it for your today?
It's a support evidence about our income approach assessment.
Okay, and how many of these sites were developed for an auto body shop?
It's a commercial community. They can develop what they want. If you open on page number 6, this district intend to accommodate more intense commercial sites that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. The district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support surrounding neighborhood and broader community.
Okay, I guess we're going down there. So we're gonna start with the land then. I just wanted to find the first one, page 21. You're showing the first sale at 1125 Pemina. Why didn't you include the second lot in your picture?
Each second lot. If you look on first photo, it's a purple line showed was sale, and on second photo it was today. So it was sale old improvements, it was demolished, and we have new improvements today. So it's this land was sale for redevelopments.
This is the Legion property, and I have made the request to merge the roll with the second parcel. You're showing the second parcel. Why don't you show the entire sale? There's two parcels here.
It's a sale in 2021 for 30,770 square feet.
Okay, so you don't know the answer to that. That's fine. 65 Kirkbridge, the example you're showing. Why are you showing two rolls here, and why don't the rolls match up with your sale?
And during sale, it was good point. Maybe it's my mistake, but a 65 Kilt Bridge was sale in 2021. It was roll number 30509500.
Yeah, you don't have to keep repeating. That's not the
So it's you
question.
can cross roll number what I provided. It's we have another roll. In same roll today, it's nothing happened with this vacant land, used like a parking space.
Well, like the other one, you never researched these sales, did you? Because this isn't what it's for. This was a piece of land that was sold by the city on an RFP that the owner then had to merge with 2835 Pembina, which had attached because they had the parking on there. Were you aware of any of this?
In 2021, it was whole piece of land around 18,456 square feet, a sale at $94.82.
In regard to your other comparable, sorry, I should back this up. You did end up relying on the model for the valuation.
Yes.
Number is shown on page 7, I see.
Correct. It's very well support just for land value. It's commercial, very used land.
Comparable number 340 Pembina. Why didn't you include the entire area?
On page number 7, I showed leases provided to us. On Pembina, we have lease for 504,000 square feet and $19.83 per square foot. Lease signed and ended 2021, very close to reference date.
Okay, you're not being responsive here. Do you know that there's a full commercial basement in this site, and the space is actually 10,800 square feet?
I provide only lease on main floor.
Okay.
On 5,400 square feet.
The second one,
Subject property doesn't have basement. I don't need to provide basement area.
Well, then why did you include the mezzanine area in the subject?
Because it's part of property.
Well, you can't have it both ways. 555 Pembina, are you aware that this was a deal between Midas and two Chicago-based entities?
I know that its lease was signed in January 2023, $24.89. It showed net lease, clean net lease reported to us. I personally verify all these leases.
You never investigated that it was done out of country and based on a business arrangement?
I look in income expense matter in 2022, I verify each of my lease and table personal.
Are any of these body shops?
It's all body, all car related, because you can see PTS,
You know,
it's a vehicle service garage. So I was looking service garage and age close to reference, close to subject property 1978, 1987. You can see all my comparables from
Ms.
1950.
Shable, could you answer Mr. Neufeld's question? Are any of these?
Yes, if you
shops?
can see in my table, column number 3, all vehicle service related garages.
Are they body shops?
Can be body shops, can be garages. It's same category for us.
That's the answer, Mr. Neufeld.
okay. Anything else I would have asked and answered in previous properties, and I'm assuming that the answer will be the same. And those are, I think those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Mann, questions for the assessor?
Just a couple of quick ones. Have you inspected this property, Ms. Shable?
Alpha, I have not inspected it, the subject property.
Yeah, no,
I
I don't need to hear that. I don't
No.
need to hear the rest of it. Thank you.
I didn't
I've heard
inspect.
that before. The Fawcett auto body here, how many bays does it have for vehicle, either service or for auto body? It looks like there's bays in your picture number 5. But I can't-
We assess not by base, we assess by area.
then I will ask Mr. Neufeld when it's his turn. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden?
I have no question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Oh, great. Thanks for putting me on the spot. Now I'm counting bays. Oh, that's okay. The Fawcett auto body been there for quite some time, and the business and real estate was recently purchased by the same party that owns 874 Marion. It's the new body shop baron going on. They now have, I think, 5 operations in the city. And I don't think the sale is going to show up because it was business and real estate included. There are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bays. The building, I was asking the question about the height because I know that the city uses exterior measurements at 17 feet. And that would indicate that the interior clear could be probably around 15 feet, and because a deck and a floor is about a foot, that kind of limits 14 feet of usable in the mezzanine. And this is probably I think this is the only building today I have not been in. I've been to the vet next door lots and lots of times, but so I don't really know if it is or it isn't, but I do know that the measurements the city provided are wrong. I've looked at permits. There are no permits for addition. I've looked at aerial photography. It's 7,500 foot main floor. I have a database that was provided to me by the city of Winnipeg, and it's indicating 7,500 feet plan area, upper area 8,700 feet, and then it says net finished 2,400. So that would indicate 2 levels of 1,200 square feet of finished space for both levels, 1,200 each. So I think that's probably where the error came in. I driving by, I can't ever recall there being an addition put on this site, and I could be wrong, but I thought we'd try to clear that up today. We're not going to. So now, in terms of the valuation, I do think that this is a difficult call on that space because, usually in industrial space, you won't even consider that mezzanine because what it does, it takes away from room where you could be working on it. Like, if you put a mezzanine level in a body shop, you no longer can put a lift underneath it, and it's the lift that makes money, not the office. In this case, though, this looks like it was purpose built to have 2 levels, so I think we should concede that, and I think we're going to use 8,700 feet for our area. We always gravitate towards the plan area simply because it to call something rentable area without knowing that it is rentable area is if you're a broker, you face sanctions. If you're an appraiser, you face sanctions. We don't like making mistakes. I'm going to err on the side of this being a rentable area because it appears it was deemed to be that way. So 8,700 feet. And as far as the rental rate goes, I didn't prepare this, but I think Pembina deserves a better premium than Marion. And I went through our list while we were debating so long, and I found a number of rents to consider. One is 2479 Pembina at 1071, and then there's 960 Pembina at 1275. Now 960 is a Goodyear that does not go through Treadmark, the Goodyear's landlord, in-house landlord. So that one is a decent deal. It's not all these all the tire shops and muffler shops are never negotiated in Winnipeg. These are always deals. The holdco will be in like, for example, Midas, I mentioned the holdco is in Chicago and Midas is in Chicago, and I did work for them on that building on a because they're actually not that building, another one of theirs, because they did have a local landlord and we're doing a rent arbitration. So my information is gleaned firsthand. And when you're doing an appraisal, you just don't use those rents without knowing what you're using and being misleading. That would be misleading. 555 Pembina. The other ones I looked at is there's a strip mall in Regent, which is built just like this, with a bunch of individual bays, and the rents in there range from $8, $10 to $12, and that's on my list. I think it's fair to call this a $12 rent, not a $10 rent, and that changes a lot of my numbers. I don't even understand why this shortfall is here. If I'm gonna make a lot of mess, I'm gonna make a lot of mess here. I don't. Yeah, $6. Okay, so I made a number of changes here, and we're using 8,700 feet at $12 a square foot, changing the shortfall to $6, and everything else stays the same. And the value NOI is 89627. Cap rate of 7.5, and that's again the same reasoning from before. This is an industrial style property, and it's going to go at the upper end of the B range, but it's got a good location, and so there would be interest for alternate use. It's not a great building. It's dated. It's far too short to be considered a great investment property, but there may be alternate uses. So I wouldn't kick it out of the Bs. It's like not a miscellaneous. It's not a C. It's not a D, but it will be at the upper end of the Bs. And that value is $1,195,000. Point out that I don't know the assessment history on this. This is the first time we've dealt with this property because the owner just purchased it, and I don't know if it's what the past history is on it. But that gets us a value of $1,195,000, and just in response to the concept of land values, this is a little over half an acre, so that means with the land value would be about $2 million an acre. I've completed appraisals for all the land, not for assessment, by the way, all the land in Southwest Winnipeg. And the only sale that topped $2 million an acre was the Pemby Hotel. And that's because they got a density approval of, I think it's 295 square feet per unit. Nothing else comes close to it. Most were at 1.2, 1.4 million for multifamily land, less for commercial land. So that's a bit misleading. That is my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Newfeld. Ms. Assessor, questions for Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, please. Agent states that property was recently purchased. Who is new owner, and you have authorization from new owner?
You weren't listening. I said the new owner bought the company.
Okay. Let's go to physical condition of the property. You showed original building 9078 and 7,500 square feet. You didn't show additional building 9087.
What addition?
If you look on page number 3 of, you can see that east side roof much lighter than west side of roof. Addition of 1,200 square feet was built on main floor, plus 1,200 square feet mezzanine. It's more storage areas for parts.
Okay,
So
sorry, back up. Page 3.
you can see on, you have air photo view, you can
Right.
see that east side and west side roof showed clear addition built by different.
No, I measured
That's
that.
why it's not, I
Yeah.
just say it was built addition in 1987 of 1,200 square feet on main floor. That's why it's plan area 8,700 square feet plus 1,200 mezzanine or storage area in this addition.
You're fabricating evidence.
I don't fabricate, it's evidence, it's records.
What you're looking at is a different coloration in the roof. And,
Yes, it showed building of addition. You can see same.
I'm looking at the same coloration when I measured on Google Earth. That particular discoloration or lack of coloration is, and again, this is just their measurements. Where'd my thing go?
Because our records up to date, it's plan area 8.7 thousand square feet. So physical space of the building 9,900. By you didn't apply new addition. So your estimation undervalued subject property, correct?
No, not at all. As I said, the measurement for whatever Google Earth is worth, I looking at that change in coloration, and I measured the entire building 7,500 feet. So there's nothing that what you're speculating on is incorrect.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McFadden?
Sorry, I'm trying to remember. I'm questioning the assessor here, right?
No.
No?
Mr. Newfeld.
Okay. No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mann?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Newfeld, can we just review your numbers again?
Sure.
No, I have my handy calculator and I'm coming out with something different than what you did.
Okay. Okay. So I changed
And I'm
it.
not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm coming out with different, so I just need to make sure.
I changed it to 8,700 square feet to accommodate the mezzanine, $12 a square foot, 104,400 potential income.
Yes.
The rest I remain the same except for a shortfall change to $6. My
Yes.
NOI 89627.
Yeah, I'm coming up with a different number.
Oh,
So
okay.
I have a vacancy of 5%, which is
Right.
$5,220. Just
Correct. Yes, I got
confirming
that.
for a new EGI of 99,180.
Right.
Expenses, oh, maybe that's my issue.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's that debate about non-recoverables and,
Two or three?
I used a 2% for reserve and 5% for non-recoverables. And I understand the argument on it, and it's difficult for me to agree with anybody with that, because I'm appraising buildings all day long, and I think that's not appropriate.
So what percent did you use?
I use 5% and 2%.
So 7 total?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got a really wrong number. That's my fault then.
No, it's what I had.
So now I get the same number, I get the 11950.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used a wrong number.
Got it.
So,
For example, that Boyd one, which we knew that there were tenant improvements put in, if you're going to go skimpy on the non-recoverables, then you have to take the rent out and reduce the rent by whatever the non-recoverables paid for. There's an equation. It's like a balance sheet in accounting. You got to do both sides, double ledger system, and the city's only doing a single ledger system.
I just used the wrong number. I used 3.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give you a lecture.
No, that's okay. I was just doing the math. Just wanted to make sure the math. So that's fine. I came up with your number using your correct numbers, using the numbers you're using.
Yeah.
So that's great. Thank you. Okay, I have no questions either, or no further questions. So Ms. Schabel, would you like summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence that determines the best conclusion of market value. The subject property has leasable area of 9,900 square feet, because in 1978 it was 7,500 square feet, and addition was built in 1987. So based the agent rely on area that without addition, just original building that undervalued the property. Our leasable area up to date, we applied 9,900 square feet. Based off my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 2,335,000 by income approach. It's very well supported by commercial land value as well, without improvements. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schabel. Mr. Neufeld, summation?
Well, first of all, I don't know. I think that a lot of the evidence that the assessor presented in this hearing and other ones today just really wasn't pertinent to the issue at hand. And the burden of proof is still on the assessor for many things. Now, I don't have to repeat what we think the value is, and I've given you the background of what I've been working for this particular company for several years outside of tax appeal, and helping them with their valuation, for financing, for internal purposes. And this is the way the market would indicate, particularly cap rates are the cities just don't match up with the industry. This area is troubling me, and I don't know. Obviously, you're going to have to make a decision today. You're going to do it real quick. I would actually like to go out myself tomorrow morning and measure this building and tell you whether I agree or disagree before you issue your order, if that's possible. If it's not, I understand, but I'd like to get it right.
Yes, and just a comment, no, it's not possible. We need to make our decision today. So I'll just nip that one in the bud, but
Okay.
I'm sure
Okay.
Ms. Schabel would appreciate getting information from you.
Yeah, I'm what you heard today on the measurement from the assessor is not correct on that measurement, by the way, but I don't know why. I'm saying to you, I think it's this, and I'd like to go prove it, but you're not hearing from me. Oh, I absolutely think I absolutely believe it's this, because that's what it says over here. That's not right for what we have to deal with. We'd like to get the facts straight, and I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. And so that concludes item number 8, and we have now heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned. So thank you, Ms. Schabel, and thank you, Mr. Neufeld, for your presentations today.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.